we can see Jan Holmes is described as the quality assurance manager, and Alan Holmes is described as audit. Does that help?
Yes. Yeah. One was like a I believe the role was around a service delivery manager. That would have been Jan, and Alan Holmes was audit support.
Thank you very much. This document, which sets out the procedures required to manage and deliver the prosecution support service, is this a document you would have been familiar with back in the day, back in 2005?
Familiar with, I don't know. I would have probably read it at one stage, but I can't remember.
How were documents distributed to users of them at that time?
I can't remember how they were distributed back then.
Was there a centralised library, sort of an intranet, that was a repository of policies that you were able to access or expected to access? Or were documents physically passed to you?
Oh, no, yeah, I don't believe they were physically passed to us, but they would have been available if needed.
Okay, so this is the kind of document that would have set out the procedures to be operated for prosecution support, the prosecution support service in 2005. And just again, looking at the reviewers, and if we go back to page 1, the contributors, scroll down, thank you. Would you agree that this is an internal Fujitsu document to which Post Office did not apparently contribute?
It appears so, yes.
All of the contributors are, and reviewers are Fujitsu employees rather than Post Office employees,
yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
Do you know the extent to which Post Office was given the opportunity to comment on or amend or provide contributions to policies of this kind?
No, I have no idea what level or what documents they were aware of or saw, no.
Okay. That was something that happened, if it happened, above your level, is that right?
Correct, yes.
Thank you. Can we go to page 22 of the document, please? Can you see, if we just scroll down, please, under 7.2.4, it provides complete witness statement of fact. The Prosecution Support Service, PSS, will provide a witness statement of fact in respect of 250 ARQs per annum. This will, as far as possible, be undertaken by the person responsible for the actioning of the work so as to retain continuity of evidence and obviate the need for additional statements. And just on the point, the provision of the witness statement will be undertaken by the person, as far as is possible, who was responsible for undertaking the ARQ work described earlier in 7.1. That, I think, accords with what you tell us in the witness statement. If you did the extraction, then you were the provider of the witness statements. Is that right?
Yes.
Thank you. It continues, 7.2.4.1, any material or otherwise pertinent information shall be recorded and included in the relevant witness statement of fact. Requirements for witness statements explaining the extraction of audit data from Horizon in response to an ARQ shall be completed by the individual from PSS who completed the request. That's the same point as is made in 7.2.4. It continues, the statement shall follow the standard format and layout for witness statements of fact provided in evidence. Contents of witness statement of fact are flexible depending on specific requirements of each case and the knowledge of the witness giving the statement. An example of a witness statement of fact is provided in Appendix 2. For each request, Post Office and prosecution support will agree relevant matters, such as those listed below, which should be covered in the witness statement of fact based on the knowledge of the witness. And if we read on, we can see that those matters include I mean, if you just read the first 5 there. And if we go over the page, please, to the 4th bullet point on that page, matters which should be covered in the witness statement of fact include, bullet point 4, the process for extracting information for ARQs and the controls in place to ensure the integrity of that data. And then the 5th bullet point, an analysis of the ARQ, when the ARQ form was received, and the dates when the audit data extraction took place. This shall be taken from the prosecution support database and audit trail file. And then lastly, a summary of the evidence provided for the request. So was it right that the Post Office's only role was in relation to ARQs, identifying the relevant matters, i.e. which of these bullet points needed to be addressed in a witness statement?
Sorry.
Yeah, if we go back, please. And scroll up, please. You see the 3rd paragraph there, 4 lines in. It reads, for each request, Post Office and the Prosecution Support Service will agree relevant matters, such as those listed below, which should be covered in the witness statement of fact. So was it the Post Office's role to agree with prosecution support which of the bullet points that are listed needed to be addressed in a witness statement?
I don't know at that level. I'm not quite sure.
What did you, and we know that you made many, many witness statements, what did you take as your guide, if any, as to what to include?
In the data that we supplied? Or the
in the witness statement.
From our witness template that would have been given to use.
Okay. The witness template, we're going to come on and look at it in a minute, has got a number of paragraphs in it that have a capital letter A through Q, I think, some of which are optional.
Okay.
Well, it's your evidence, not mine, that's important. I don't give any evidence at all. The witness statement, the template, appears to include a number of paragraphs that are optional. Does that reflect your understanding?
Optional? I don't know. I don't recall that.
We in the inquiry have seen a number of emails from either within Fujitsu or from Post Office to Fujitsu, where they say include paragraphs D, Q, and R, D, F, and Q. No need to address K and L.
No, I'm not aware of that taking place. No.
If we go forwards to page 29 and scroll down. I'm actually going to look at this in an earlier iteration of the policy in a moment, but if we scroll down, please. This is the template. You remember that the body of the policy said there's an example witness statement in Appendix 2, and this is Appendix 2. Can you see that each paragraph is starting above the body of the paragraph with a capital letter?
Yes.
Can you see that?
Yes.
And if we go over the page, can we see some more? Yes?
Yes.
And if we scroll on, and keep scrolling, you'll see that there's some more paragraphs, each with a capital letter above them. What did you understand the capital letters were for?
It's difficult. I don't remember whether I read this document or if I ever used it to reference. So I wasn't aware how the witness statements were generated, who drafted them and how they were drafted.
But you drafted them, didn't you? The witness statements?
Not the template, no.
Okay, the witness statements that you eventually put your name to and signed,
Yes.
you decided what went into those, did you?
No, we used a template that we were told to use within the team. The litigation report said, this is the template to use, fill in the appropriate information to accompany the ARQ data, and that's what we did.
Where was the template kept?
In this, I believe, in a shared folder.
Was that a prosecution service support shared folder within your security team?
Yeah, I believe so, yes.
And so I don't suppose now you can help us as to whether it looked like this document or not?
No, I'm afraid not, so.
Okay. If we go back, please, to page 22 and scroll down. The highlighted part at the bottom, if for each request, Post Office and prosecution support will agree the relevant matters, such as those listed below, which should be covered in the witness statement of fact. I think, Mr. Dunks, but maybe you can confirm if this is correct, that did not accord with what happened in practice. You included what was on the template rather than what the Post Office and Fujitsu would agree should be covered in the witness statement.
Yes, yeah.
Would you always use the whole of the template? Or would you ever say that paragraph isn't relevant to the thing that I'm speaking about on this case? I'll cut that paragraph out.
I don't believe that happened, no. I would use the template that had been agreed within the team or litigation support advisors to use.
So you don't remember a stage of the process where Post Office and Fujitsu came to an agreement on what needed to be covered off in a witness statement? You just pulled the template from the shared drive, populated it with the data that applied to the ARQs that you were talking about, and then signed it. Is that right?
And basically, yes.
Okay. Can we move forwards, please, to page 25? And look at paragraph 8.2. Expert witness statement is the heading. In the second paragraph there, the policy says it's conceivable that, given the size and complexity of the Horizon system, the integrity of the witness statements of fact may be challenged by defence counsel in order to discredit a prosecution. In these cases, additional granular detail about the technical working and integrity of various systems that constitute the Horizon system may be required, if only for, quote, unused material. Expert witnesses can comprise anyone within the Post Office account or its approved contractors who could be called upon to provide and testify to this additional evidence. Expert witnesses could be called upon to provide, for example, and then the first one is operational logs, and the last one is subsequent analysis of this data. Were you aware of, never mind the detail of what this says, but the sense of what these paragraphs say, that as well as what are described as witness statements of fact, there was the facility for expert witness statements to be provided?
No, I don't think I was ever made aware of anything like that, no.
Was that language in use at the time in Fujitsu, in the support service? Mr. X or Miss Y, probably by their first name, is providing a witness statement of fact, or in this case, because there's been a challenge, we need an expert witness statement.
No, not that I'm aware of. I don't recall anything like that taking place within the team at any time, no.
You'll see that it says expert witnesses can comprise anyone within the post office account. Can you see that?
Yes.
Were you ever told that you were a person that could provide evidence that would be classed as expert witness evidence?
No. No one, as far as I'm aware, described me as an expert witness.
Can we go, that can come down, thank you. Can we go to your witness statement, please, your second witness statement? It'll come up on the screen at page 17. Paragraph 53, you say, I and the other security analysts assisted the litigation support manager as and when required, in addition to performing the other tasks assigned to us by the operational security manager. We were very process-driven and followed local work instruction documents. That's what I'm going to be concentrating on in a moment, Mr. Dunks. For many of the tasks that we performed, rather than consulting the Fujitsu policies and service descriptions. The local work instructions were informal documents, which at some stage had been written by those actually performing the tasks and which focused on the practicalities of how to do each task. I believe Penny Thomas drafted local work instructions in respect of ARQ extractions, and I wrote the local work instruction in respect of how to extract the HSD call records, though both documents may have been updated by different people over the years. None of these local work instructions that I used on a day-to-day basis have been disclosed to me by the inquiry. I should say that's because we haven't got them. So you tell us here that there were things that you call local work instructions, and that they were not, they were used rather than Fujitsu policies and service descriptions. Is that right?
Yes, correct.
In the drafting of them, were they based on the Fujitsu policy or service descriptions?
I don't know. They were... That I don't know.
Did you create these documents, you within the security team, of your own initiative?
On the HSD calls, because that's the ones I would have done, I can't remember whether it was off my own initiative or I was asked by the manager to create that work instructions so other people within the team could perform the same task.
So if there had been a tasking, it would have been by your manager, is that right?
Yes, yes.
Did any managers approve the local work instructions?
I don't remember that happening, no.
And can you help us as to why a manager may not have approved the local work instructions?
No, I don't know why.
You see, we've got a suite of documents, and there are a lot of them,
Yes.
which are Fujitsu policies, which say how your work is to be undertaken. Yes, I've just showed you one of them.
Yes.
And you tell us here that instead of using those, you were relying on some local work instructions.
Yes.
And I'm trying to find out who signed those off, rather than the formal policy documents that all sorts of people had reviewed, contributed to, and quality assured.
Well, I can only say in my experience I created many work instructions to do with my main role, which is the key management. Because again, there were vast documents explaining things and how things worked within the key management arena. And instead of keep referring to that, we'd take the instructions and create the local work instructions for somebody who could come along and perform that task in an easier step-by-step. And that's what we class as local work instructions.
To what extent were they based on the requirements of Fujitsu policies, like the one I've just shown you?
I have no idea, actually. They would have taken information from that.
Was any consideration given to, we're drafting up a local work instruction on how to extract and put into a witness statement information about help desk calls? Any consideration given to what does our policy, our company policy, say about that?
I can't say for the ARQ, local work instructions, but no, I don't believe it. From my point of view, from the HSD call extraction, no.
On your document, the one that you tell us here that you drafted, can you help us? Did it say anything about whether the help desk calls that you were obtaining should be summarised in the witness statement to which the case related?
No, it was purely the actions of requesting and downloading the help desk calls.
So it was quite practical about how to go about, is this right, the extraction of the help desk calls?
Correct.
It didn't say what you then did with that data?
No.
So it didn't say you must exhibit it to a witness statement, the download?
Yeah, no, it didn't.
It didn't say you must summarise it in your witness statement?
No, it didn't.
It didn't say you should or you should not seek to analyse what the data means?
No, it didn't.
Is this right? It didn't say if you're unsure about what an entry on the HSD log means, it's permissible or not permissible to go and speak to the SSC about that to get an explanation?
No, it didn't, no.
And that if you get an explanation, you should record that fact in the witness statement?
No, it didn't.
So it didn't speak about any of the, from our perspective, the important things of what goes into the witness statement?
No, it didn't, no.
Was there any document that regulated or regularised what went into a witness statement? Let's stick with HSD calls.
I don't believe so, no.
You understand that you could do it in different ways, couldn't you? You could say, I'm Andrew Dunks. On Monday, the 1st of January, I extracted 120 calls in relation to this branch between these two date parameters from the HSD. I exhibit them as my exhibit AD1. That's one way of doing it, isn't it?
Sorry, are you saying would that have been part of the instructions?
No, that could be a way of doing it.
Yes.
Another way could be making a witness statement which said, I'm Andrew Dunks, and I accessed and read the calls, and I've cut and pasted a summary of them into my witness statement. That would be another way of doing it, wouldn't it?
Yes, it would have been.
And another way of doing it would be to add on the end of either of those two some analysis of what those calls meant.
Yes.
And by analysis, I mean offer an opinion on what they mean.
Yes.
What the entries mean, and offer an opinion over whether the content of any of the calls related to the integrity of the data being processed by Horizon.
Yes.
Was there any instruction at all that you were aware of that told you which of those things you should do or which of those things you shouldn't do?
Written instruction.
To
No.
start with, yes, written instruction.
Yes, no.
Because in a moment we're going to see that you, over time, you did all three of those things in different cases. Was there any oral instruction that told you when you're when you're dealing with HSD data, this is the way to do it in a witness statement?
I don't recall instructions.
How about advice or guidance?
No, not advice and guidance, no.
Thank you. Okay, that can come down. Can I turn to the issue of the extent to which you extracted ARQ data and the extent to which you gave evidence, i.e. the scale of the enterprise that you were engaged in? You tell us in your witness statement, that I'm summarising here, that firstly, you held limited technical knowledge of the operation of Horizon. Is that correct?
Yes.
Secondly, that you had limited knowledge of bugs, errors, and defects in the Horizon system. Is that correct?
Yes.
And thirdly, that you had no role in, and you did not and never had worked in HSD, the help desk.
Correct.
Is that correct? Can we look at paragraph 20 of your first witness statement, please, which is WITN 00300100. And can we look, please, on page 6 at paragraph 20? Can you see that on the screen?
I can.
You say, on occasion, and it's going to be those words that I'm going to be focusing on in a moment, Mr. Dunk. On occasion, I was requested to provide the post office with records of calls made to the HSD by a particular post office branch, and, if requested, to summarise these in witness statements. While I therefore did have access to the historic HSD call records, I'd only be looking at them when requested to do so as part of this task. I wasn't a party to the calls themselves and had no role in investigating any errors or communicating with the system users about them. Can you confirm that that accurately records the extent of your role in the provision of witness statements concerning calls to the help desk?
Yes.
Would you agree that what you're describing there is a purely procedural, administrative or mechanical one, i.e. Extracting the data, but also then summarising them in the witness statements?
Yes.
Would you describe the function that you were performing as a limited function?
Limited. Yeah. Yes.
would it be right that you didn't have the technical expertise to interrogate whether the Horizon system was operating as it should at the relevant time?
Sorry, say that again.
Yes. Would it be right that you didn't have the technical expertise to interrogate whether the Horizon system was operating as it should at the relevant time?
In respect to the help desk calls, I believe I had enough knowledge to be able to do that, yes.
Enough knowledge to what? Say whether what was recorded on the calls meant that either the Horizon system was or was not operating as it should?
I had enough knowledge to understand, during my looking at the calls, investigating the calls, I believe I gained enough knowledge to satisfy myself to make that sort of statement, yes.
When you made that kind of statement, whether the Horizon system was operating as it should or not, by reference to the help desk calls, you were offering an opinion, weren't you?
Yes, I was.
You weren't making a statement of fact.
Yes.
Can we go, please, to poll 403219? This is a spreadsheet. Thank you. This is a spreadsheet disclosed to the inquiry by the Post Office. It appears to be a record prepared by Fujitsu of the dates that requests for work were received, whether a statement was required in relation to each case, and if so, who prepared it, and whether the statement had been posted out or not. The document runs from the 5th of April 2004 to the 22nd of March 2005, so just under a year. If we look at the column F, can you see that?
Yes.
And if we just go to the drop down, thank you. Thank you. You'll see that in a number of rows, for example, 10 and 11 and 24 onwards, something has been redacted. Can you see that?
Yes.
I think before we got the document, we understand that to indicate whether or not a witness statement was required. But, and therefore I can't say one way or the other what was populated in column F. But if we go further to the right to column N, that's it, keep going, thank you. Thank you, and then if we scroll down, you see, for example, there Penny Thomas's name under a checked by box appears, and if we just look at the drop down, just look at the drop down once more. Thank you. You'll see that you're one of the people who can be ticked. Can you see that?
Yes.
Was that essentially the team there?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Your name, we counted them up, appears in 98 different lines in this column between the 17th of August 2004 and the 9th of March 2005. So a 6 or 7 month period. you have had input on 98 requests from the post office.
Yes.
The checks by, was there a process of checking something?
These checks were, if I remember correctly, for the ARQ data. And once someone had extracted the data, they'd performed their checks. The dates and the data looked okay, and before it was sent to post office, a member of the team, whoever was available, so there's no formal, would get asked to run their eyes over it to double check before it was sent to the post office. And that's who would have been put in there.
And so would the checked by be the same person that had done the extraction?
No.
It would be a different person?
Yes.
Okay. So over this 6 or 7 month period, you have checked some 89 requests from post office. Would that sound about right to you? About 100 over a 6 or 7 month period?
No, I don't know. It could have been, it varied. It could have been more. It could have been less over the years. I can't say that sounds about right, but.
What proportion of ARQ requests resulted in the request for the production of a witness statement?
I have no idea.
Can you help us whether it was always or
no.
infrequently?
As far as sorry to interrupt.
No, sorry.
As far as I'm aware, it was quite infrequent.
If we just go to the top of the page, thank you, and look at column O, again on witness statement required, look at the drop down. We can see that's been redacted in each column.
Yes.
So I don't think we can tell the proportion of cases in which a witness statement was required. How regularly were you providing witness statements?
Again, quite, I don't know, quite this is to do with ARQs, quite infrequently.
So over a year, how many would you provide?
From memory, I have no idea. It could be half a dozen. It could. I honestly can't remember.
And would you always do it the same way, by pulling up the template from the shared drive?
Yes.
You remember in your witness statement, you said, on occasion I was requested to provide the post office with records of calls made to HSD. Is that right? It was only on occasion that you were asked to provide call records?
Yes, it wasn't, yeah.
Again, how many times a year?
Well, again, I don't know. It would have varied from year to year, but it wasn't large. Though I remember, it wasn't that many.
So once a month?
I can't say. I don't know. No. It could have been one a month. It could have been none for a period of a couple of months. It could have been a couple. I don't know. I'd be guessing.
Okay. Okay, we can take that down then. Can we go to your second witness statement and turn to the issue of the approach that you took to the provision of witness statements provided by Fujitsu to support post office prosecutions? And I want to start with the question of whether you were happy to provide such witness statements, whether you were content to do so. Can we look at your second witness statement, please, at page 16? And read paragraph 48, please. You say, I recall that Ms. Baines was the main person responsible for performing ARQ data extractions for a time. Can you help us with who Ms. Baines was?
Raj Baines.
So that's Rajbinder Baines, is
Yes,
that right?
yeah.
To give her full name. And you tell us that she was the main person responsible for performing the ARQ extractions for a time.
Yes.
But then did that change?
Yes, it did. I mean, yes, there were a number of people who took that main responsibility.
You continue, however, she did not want to be a witness in any court proceedings, and so I do not believe she prepared any witness statements. I got the impression she was nervous because it was something unknown to her, and the idea of going to court and being questioned was a bit daunting. Just stopping there, were they the only reasons that Miss Baines did not wish to provide witness statements?
No, I don't know. I'm not sure I ever had a proper conversation about it, but I do remember being nervous. It's not that type of outward person to want to do that.
You continue, where Post Office requested a witness statement at the time of the ARQ request, I or someone else would therefore perform the data extraction and supply the statement. If Miss Baines had performed the data extraction and Post Office later requested a witness statement, then I or someone else would re-extract the data. So you, is this right, were not apparently afflicted with the same concerns that Miss Baines was about giving witness statements and giving evidence and appearing in court?
Sorry, afflicted?
Yes. She didn't want to be a witness. She was, according to you, nervous and didn't like the idea of going to court. You didn't suffer from any of those afflictions?
I wouldn't say I didn't, but I think I was probably a bit more confident than Raj was at the time.
Okay. You were happy to go to court, firstly happy to provide witness statements and then content to go to court, is that right?
Yes. Yes.
Did you were you provided with any training by Fujitsu or otherwise about the tasks that you were performing in extracting data, ARQ data, obtaining HSD call records, and then writing witness statements and then appearing in court?
We would have had training on the extraction process for ARQs and HSD calls. I'm not sure I had training on that because that was my responsibility and I sort of managed that process.
So if there was training, you'd be the trainer, not the trainee?
Quite possibly, yes.
What about the other bits, the writing of witness statements and appearing in court? Any training from Fujitsu or otherwise on those?
No, none at all.
What thought, if any, did you give to the role that you were performing and the fact that the evidence that you gave may have had a significant impact on people's lives?
I don't recall my thought process at the time of generating those. But I took that responsibility quite seriously. I mean, I was supplying data and I had to be happy with that witness statement.
You said that you took the role quite seriously. Mm-hmm. What did you do in carrying into effect that state of mind? If you take something seriously, you sometimes do things accordingly. What did you do accordingly?
I would have done that task to the best of my ability and as thoroughly as I could.
What about the provision of evidence part of it, rather than being professional over the extraction of the ARQ data or the HSD call records? Was there anything in particular that you did when you were providing the evidence part of the function.
What do you mean by providing the evidence part? I'm sorry.
Well, you were writing witness statements.
Yes.
And then you were going to court to give evidence.
Yes.
You said that you took your role seriously. Was there anything that you did because you took your role seriously in the provision of the witness statements or the going to court to give evidence bits?
I can't think that I did anything differently, no. I just performed the task that I did to the best of my ability, yeah. Okay.
Can we look at some documents, please, and start by looking at FUJ 0022 5644. And look at page 2, please. And if we scroll down, we've got the bottom part of the email. Can you see an email here from Lisa Allen to Phil Budd of the 29th of July 2009 concerning the Porters Avenue post office and the provision of a statement? Yes?
Yes. Now,
Porters Avenue, the Porters Avenue post office, I think you know that that was run by the sub-postmaster, Mr. Jerry Hosi, H-O-S-I. Yes?
Yes.
Before we get into the detail, because it's not a case that we've looked at in any substance before, I think it would be helpful to remind ourselves as to what happened in Mr. Hosi's case. So can we temporarily go away from this witness statement, this email, and look at RLIT 40130. I think you'll recognise this as a judgment from the Court of Appeal. And if we just scroll down, it's dated the 7th of October 2021, and it's in the case of Ambrose and others, and one of the others was Mr. Hosi. And if we can look, please, at page 7. And scroll down to paragraph 33. I'm just going to read to get us all in mind of what happened in Mr. Hosi's case, because it's not a case we've looked at much. The Court of Appeal records that on the 12th of November 2010, in the Crown Court at Southwark, Mr. Hosi was convicted of 1 count of theft and 3 counts of false accounting. On the same day, he was sentenced to a total of 21 months imprisonment. On the 5th of August 2011, a confiscation order was made in the sum of £3,500. And then 34, an audit of Mr. Hosi's branch identified a shortfall of 72,000 or so pounds. As a result, he and his son, Edom Hosi, who worked in the branch with his father, were interviewed under caution by post office investigators. Edom Hosi told the investigators that his father had 4 or 5 months earlier, before Edom started work at the branch, told him that there were unexplained shortages. He said his father was very careful about money as he had worked hard to make a success of the business. 35, in his own interview, Mr. Hosi said he'd experienced discrepancies at the branch since he became the sub-postmaster. He couldn't understand how the losses were occurring. He complained about the lack of support from the Horizon helpline, to which he had reported the apparent losses. He said he'd inflated figures for cash on hand because he didn't have sufficient cash to cover the apparent losses. He denied stealing money and blamed the losses on the Horizon system. Over the page, as Mr. Hosi had blamed Horizon, and as the post office investigators arranged for Fujitsu to undertake a hard drive analysis, the court had been provided with an extract from the report of the analysis by Phil Budd of Fujitsu, from which the court inferred that the results were inconclusive. The court said, the extract does not strike us as supporting a prosecution. ARQ data was obtained for the period 10th of August 2006 to the 29th of November 2006 and disclosed to the defence. Emails going back to May 2005 5 months before the indictment period indicate that Mr. Hosi had told Post Office about, quote, major problems balancing, such that he needed, quote, urgent face-to-face help. Post Office accepts it's not clear whether this material was disclosed. Logs from the Post Office MBSC show that Mr. Hosi made numerous calls categorised as, quote, horizon balancing. The defence obtained expert evidence to challenge the horizon evidence. An accountant's report stated, quote, in the interviews it's clear that Post Office proceeded with a predetermined view that Mr. Hosi had stolen the allegedly missing money. Other possibilities have been ignored. In particular, it's not been explored whether there was any missing money in the first place. In other words, no work has been done to ascertain whether the cash imbalance was because the amount physically to hand was too low, as the Post Office alleged, or because the amount shown on the IT system was too high. The defence also instructed an IT expert. Although there was correspondence complaining about disclosure, it appears the defence were able to view the material they wanted, though we note that the defence complained about the amount of time they were afforded to do so. Gareth Jenkins was instructed by Post Office to respond to the expert evidence, but no formal expert report or witness statement appears to have been prepared by him. He wasn't called as a witness at trial. In the event, Post Office relied at trial on evidence from Phil Budd and others. Post Office accepts this was an unexplained shortfall case and that the evidence from Horizon was essential to the prosecution case. Post Office accepts that the prosecution of Mr. Hosi was both unfair and affront to justice. A conviction was quashed on all 4 counts. So that's a reminder of what Mr. Hosi's case was about. Can we go back to the email, please? FUJ 0022 5644. Page 2. Bottom email. Lisa Allen to Phil Budd. Lisa Allen, is this right? She was an investigation manager in the Post Office.
I don't know what her role was, no. I can't remember what her role was.
Okay. She gave evidence to this inquiry back on the 20th of December 2023 and told us that she was at this time an investigation manager in the Post Office. Phil Budd, he was a colleague of yours, is that right, at Fujitsu?
It's a colleague. He worked on the account, but I didn't have day-to-day dealings with him.
If we just scroll up, I think we can see his signature block, that he was an RMGA, development systems engineer. Was that somebody who didn't work in the same team as you then?
Yes.
Okay. Anyway, Miss Allen says, let's read her email. Phil, sorry for not getting back to you. We had another hearing and the trial has been adjourned for further inquiries, as the defence want an expert to analyse the equipment and they need to get funding. Thanks for the statement. I'll forward it to our legal team. So it seems Miss Allen was saying there'd been another hearing, an adjournment of the trial for a defence expert report and a thanks for the witness statement. Then if we go back to page 1, please. Foot of the page. You'll see at the foot of the page that exchange, thank you, is forwarded to you. Morning, Andy. That court case reared its head again a few weeks ago. You remember I analysed a couple of counters back in July 07. Then you got me to sign a new witness statement in June 08. Well, they came back again and wanted me to sign another one. Just a single paragraph to say that the counters were, quote, in full working order and would not cause a discrepancy. I was not happy with the implications of full working order, since I did not perform test transactions on the counters. So I provided a new paragraph to reiterate my previous statement that the files thereon were correct and the counters should be expected to perform as required. The reason for my email, now the defence are hiring an expert to analyse the equipment, I just wanted to make sure that the Post Office account are not solely relying on my analysis. I assume we've supplied evidence of the transactions going through. and the system's working correctly. I'm just trying to reduce the stress I feel whenever this pops back into my head. Do you know why Mr. Budd was not happy with signing a witness statement which said that the counters were in full working order and would not cause a discrepancy?
No, I mean, I can't remember this email, but I would only taken my understanding from reading the email.
You wouldn't have had a discussion with him about, come on, Phil, why don't you just sign the witness statement? What's all this worry about? saying that the counters are in full working order and wouldn't cause a discrepancy?
A conversation, well, I don't remember having conversations with him, but I would certainly not have had a conversation along those lines, no.
If we just scroll up, please. You forward this to Peter Sewell, saying, I think you need to be made aware of what Phil has been asked for. He was your manager, is that right?
I think, yes.
He replies at the top, Phil, your statement is fine and is all you can actually say. If they stump up the cash, the counter equipment won't be of much use, as the 42 days retainer of the message store is long gone and will be endorsed by Gareth. Do you know what that means? You decode what's being said there, please, by Mr. Sewell.
The only thing I can deduce from that is that after 42 days, the message store is no longer available. The other parts I probably wouldn't have been involved in.
Just go back down to what Mr. Budd's worry was. If we keep going, thank you. He says he was not happy with the implications of saying in a witness statement that the counters were in full working order. And he says that he felt stress whenever this popped back into his head, and seemingly was stressed again because the defence were now instructing an expert. Would you agree that overall this wasn't a complete refusal to provide a witness statement like Miss Baines, but that Mr. Bubb was anxious to make sure, firstly, that the witness statement he signed did not go beyond what he actually could say?
Yes.
And secondly, that other people with knowledge of other areas of the system should carry out their investigations properly and not put the burden on him to say something that he could not himself say?
No, I don't believe it says that he's stating that other people should carry out their work properly, but there are other areas that can be looked at or used.
Okay, so other people should, if the expert report is going to be commissioned by the defence, other people in the post office account should not rely solely on his analysis. Post office account should supply evidence of the transactions going through.
I don't know. I'm not sure what. I don't know what he was thinking. Whether he thought he was the only person. I can't.
Well, at the very least, would you agree that this kind of email of Mr. Budd being careful should have alerted you to the need for yourself to be careful about what you could and could not say for yourself in a witness statement?
I don't know. I don't know. I can't remember what I took from that. I'm sorry.
But this is, on the face of it, a systems engineer saying, I'm only going to be prepared to speak to the matters about which I have personal knowledge.
Of testing that he carried out, yes.
And that I'm not prepared to say that the counters were in full working order and couldn't or would not cause a discrepancy, i.e. give some master opinion about the counters and their working.
Well, no, he's saying that he couldn't do that because he hadn't put, from a testing perspective, he hadn't carried out those particular tests.
And in fact, as we're going to see, you gave witness statements that were in part based on conversations which you had with other people, in the SSC in particular, weren't they?
Yes.
And your witness statements were based on what you say people in the SSC had told you, weren't they?
Yes.
But what they told you was not attributed to them in your witness statements, was it?
No, it wasn't.
Instead, it was presented in your witness statement as if you were speaking from your own knowledge and expertise, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
Did you realise when you were undertaking that task, going off to speak to or speaking down the phone to people in the SSC, writing things in your witness statements that were based on what they were telling you, about which you had no clue yourself, that you were blurring lines?
Sorry, sorry, the question?
Yeah. When you were doing this, writing witness statements that were in part based on what other people had told you, the facts themselves, you yourself could not speak to from your own personal knowledge. Did it occur to you that you were blurring lines?
No. No.
Had anyone told you or given you guidance that it was acceptable to essentially speak on behalf of SSC staff without revealing that that was what was going on in your witness statement?
No. No one had explained that I had to, I must say it wasn't just SSC, no one explained to me that I had to state where I gained that knowledge from.
Can we go back to your witness statement, please? Page 19. This is second witness statement. Page 19, paragraph 60. Paragraph 60. You tell us that one person from the SSC who I do recall interacting with concerning litigation support was Anne Chambers. I recall sitting in a witness waiting room with Anne Chambers for a couple of days prior to us both giving evidence, which I thought was the Old Bailey, but now understand would more likely have been the Lee Castleton proceedings at the High Court. My recollection is that after that case, Miss Chambers did not give evidence in court again, and that Mick Peach did not want any of his team to go to court. The inquiry has provided me with a copy of an email from Mick Peach dated the 7th of August 2007 with the subject requests for data and calls, in which he describes an incident the previous year in which an SSC staff member ended up in court and says that, quote, the SSC is not in a position to undertake this role. In fact, the whole email, I'm just going to quote it without reading it, went on to say, it may be that the underlying issue is a lack of resource of a particular kind in the security team, someone who has both the technical knowledge to retrieve and understand the data and who is capable of supplying the analysis in the correct legal terminology to the post office. Was Mr. Peach right in that respect, that within the security team there was a lack of resource of a person who, or people, who had the technical knowledge to extract the data on the one hand but were also capable of supplying analysis of the data in court proceedings?
No, I don't. At that time, no, I don't believe that there was. In my role within supplying those witness statements and the call log data, no, I don't believe I did.
In that email, the one that's cited on that page there, Mr. Peach suggested that Gareth Jenkins could fill the gap. Do you remember, however, that when it came to the Misra trial, Mr. Jenkins deferred to you over the reading of the help desk logs?
What, during the Misra trial?
Yes.
No, I don't remember that. No.
You don't remember that? Okay. In any event, you've told us in your witness statement that you passed on what people told you in the SSC in terms of analysis of HSD calls. Is that right?
Sorry, I was trying to listen to the question.
Yes.
Again.
In your witness statement generally, you
Yeah.
tell us that you went to the SSC and spoke to them or called them,
Yeah,
or asked them for assistance
at times, yes.
on what entries in HSD logs meant and whether or not what was recorded there would have had an effect on the operation of the Horizon system.
Yes.
And you presented that in witness statements as if that was from your knowledge and understanding and your own analysis. In the light of that, did you think that it was appropriate, given the SSC's reluctance to undertake that function themselves?
No.
They don't want to go to court either and explain their own entries on records. And instead what's happening is you're phoning them up, asking what entries mean, presenting it as if it's your analysis, but without saying so.
No, I don't believe I saw it along those lines. I saw it along the lines through any investigation or any reading of any literature or documents or speaking to people. Once I've spoken to those people or asked questions about this, that and the other, I had that understanding. So it was within my, at that time, it was within my known knowledge.
So because somebody tells you something, you're allowed to repurpose it as your own knowledge in a witness statement and evidence in court. Is that what you're saying?
Repurpose?
Yeah, as if it's your own knowledge.
Well, no, it was. I then understood it, and then I considered it that I knew that.
Did it ever occur to you, or did you ever think, why is it that I'm speaking to what the SSC are saying, and yet the SSC don't want to go to court themselves?
No, I didn't see it like that. No.
Did you think at all as to why the SSC don't want to go to court anymore?
I can't remember my thought process, but I do remember that Mick Peach was quite protective of his team in all respects of doing things.
Did anyone decide that it was acceptable for you to essentially provide SSC evidence in court so that they no longer had to answer for their work, their own work, in witness statements or in oral evidence? Did a manager sign this off and say, look, Mick Peach is being protective over his team, he's not letting them go to court, I'm being put up instead, I chat to the SSC and I say what they would have said if they had gone to court?
Well,
do you want to sign that off?
Sign it off? If you're saying signing off as they were aware that that's what I was doing, and so they accepted that I was able to do that, well, yes, because I mean, I would have had discussions with that, and I think some of the documentation that they were aware that that's what I would be doing.
When I say sign it off, I mean give explicit approval to it rather than being aware that it goes on. I know that many mobile phones are stolen on the streets of London every day. That doesn't mean I approve of it.
Well, I would have taken approval or signing off that they are aware that I was doing that. So, I mean, if they didn't think I should be doing it, they would have said I shouldn't be doing it.
Was there a relationship between Mr. Peach being protective of his team, saying that they aren't to go to court anymore, and you taking a greater role and effectively giving some of the evidence that they would have given?
I don't think so. No, I don't believe so. I can't remember that.
Thank you. So we're about to turn to a different topic. Might we take the break until 25 past, please?
Yes, of course.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, sir. Can you see and hear us?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Dunks, can I turn to the issue of the extent of the analysis that went into the HSD logs? And can we look at how you describe this in your second witness statement at page 18, paragraph 57? Page 18, paragraph 57. Thank you. You say, in respect of the HSD calls, as part of my due diligence, when analysing whether there could have been an impact on the integrity of the data, I would consult with colleagues who had come across the issues before or who had a greater technical knowledge than me, such as the Software Support Centre, the SSC, to better understand the nature of the issues being raised and how they were resolved. Can you please explain your approach to what you describe as due diligence in providing evidence about whether phone calls to the HSD might demonstrate an issue that went to system integrity?
So what was the last bit of that?
Yes. Can you explain the approach that you took, i.e., on what prompted you to make a call to the SSC? What level of concern in what you read on a call log would cause you to go to the SSC? You call it due diligence here.
Yeah, due diligence. I would have carried out investigation and looked through each of the calls.
So stop there. You say that you would have carried out an investigation. What did your investigation consist of?
Right, I'd have printed out all the calls in detail, or printed them out. I'd have read through the calls.
So printing and reading them?
Yep, step by step and looking at the calls. If there was an area in then there that I didn't quite understand what was going on or what was how it's being resolved, I would consult whoever I believed at the time would have been able to help me understand what was going on.
How did you identify that person?
Just through knowledge of who within the account could help me with that information.
What does that mean? Did you go back to the person in the SSC that was mentioned in the call log?
I can't remember if that's what I did, because the SSC team changed. I may have done on at times, but that wasn't always the case. No.
Would you phone them?
I'd phone them, no, not really. I didn't do a lot of over the phone. A lot of the time I would go up to the 6th floor where the SSC were based and speak to them personally, because I had a lot of dealings with them on lots of other issues to do with other roles within our security team.
And so you would go and speak to somebody. You can't remember how you identified who the somebody was?
No, I don't, no.
Would it be whoever happened to be on shift, on duty at that time?
More than likely, yes.
Did you make a record of the conversation that you had with that person?
No. I may have made notes of what on the resolution or what I needed, yeah. But no, I didn't make a record of the conversations, no.
Did you know whether you were required to make a record of your conversation with the person to whom you spoke where what they told you was essentially going to form part of your witness statement?
No, I wasn't aware, no.
I take it that you didn't think that you needed to do so, even though your witness statement was going to be placed before a criminal court.
No, I didn't. I wasn't aware I needed to, no.
And you personally, would you agree, couldn't say whether the thing that you were being told was actually right or wrong?
I don't know. I had to...
Would you agree, Mr. Dunks, that you, from your own perspective, could not say that what you were being told was right or wrong?
I don't know, because these are the people who dealt with these calls, so I would have had to rely on their own knowledge. I mean, if they didn't know...
Isn't that the answer then?
Sorry?
You yourself couldn't know whether what they were telling you was right or wrong. You just said I would have to rely on them.
Yes, I suppose so, yes.
That's why you were actually speaking to them, because you didn't know the answer yourself.
I didn't know the answer prior to the investigation. No, I didn't.
Prior to speaking to them,
Yes,
you didn't know
yeah,
the answer.
no, correct.
So I think we've agreed that you couldn't yourself say whether what the SSE were telling you was true or false.
I suppose so, yes.
Why did you want to speak to colleagues about whether a record of a call might suggest a system issue with Horizon?
Because I would have to defer to someone who's got a far greater technical knowledge than I did.
We've addressed whether you thought that you needed to make a record of what they were telling you. Did you know one way or the other whether you had to explain in your witness statement that what you were telling the court was in fact not based on your own knowledge, but was what somebody had told you?
Two things there. Firstly, I wasn't aware and never been made aware that if I'd spoken to somebody to gain that knowledge, that I had to state that. And secondly, as I said before, I read that part of the witness statement as within my own knowledge. And if I'd done research or investigated something, at that time, I would have had that knowledge. I knew about it.
Who did you depend upon, if anyone, to give you advice on those sorts of issues? I.e., whether it was permissible to speak to somebody in the SSC, if you did speak to somebody in the SSC, whether you had to make a record of the conversation, and that if you did speak to somebody in the SSC, you should disclose that transparently on your witness statement.
I don't know. I would have relied on management, my line management. They are aware of what I was doing.
And can you name names, please?
Or I would have said any of my the security managers at the time. I mean, I think I've listed the ones that I remember. Brian Pinder, Pete Saul, Donna Monroe, off the top of my head right at this moment.
Did you have access to legal advice within Fujitsu?
sure. I wasn't made aware that I did, so but if I did, I'm sure. No, I wasn't aware.
Were you aware that there were lawyers within Fujitsu?
I think so. I can't say when or I was aware or did know. No, I don't.
Did you ever seek advice from lawyers within Fujitsu over any of the matters that I've asked you about?
No, I didn't.
Did, to your knowledge, any of your managers ever seek such advice over people in your security team providing evidence that was based in part on what other people had said who themselves were refusing to go to court?
No, I'm not aware anybody did.
Can we look at something else you did in order to, as part of the process in satisfying yourself that calls either did or did not have an impact on the integrity of data, and look at page 38, please. And it's paragraph 115, which is towards the bottom of the page. You say, where there was a possibility that the issue being raised could have affected the data, I examined the records of the investigations carried out by the engineers assigned to deal with the call to confirm that they had either determined there was no impact or that a fix had been deployed to remedy any fault. Where I was unsure of anything, I would consult with colleagues who had come across the issues before or who had greater technical knowledge than me, such as the SSC, to better understand the nature of the issues being raised and how they were resolved, to satisfy myself that it had no impact on the integrity of the data. You describe here the way that you went about satisfying yourself that what was recorded in call data did not have an impact on the integrity of Horizon data, yes?
Yes.
Who told you that you were supposed to satisfy yourself that call data did not have an impact on the integrity of Horizon data, like what was recorded in the help desk records?
I don't think anybody said that I had to satisfy myself. I don't think anybody's used those words to me, no.
Did you see it as your role in the security department to give such an assurance, no impact on integrity of Horizon data?
In supplying the witness statements, I would have had to satisfy myself because of the wording within the witness statement. I'd have had to satisfy myself that there wasn't any impact.
I'm asking, did you therefore see it as your role in the security department to give assurances that what you'd read in the call logs could have had no impact on the integrity of Horizon data?
I didn't see it as... Well, yes, I saw it as my role because I was supplying the witness statement, so yes.
Did you ever provide a witness statement in all of your years in which you said that a call record did challenge the integrity of Horizon data?
I don't believe I did, no.
Did you ever provide a witness statement in all of your years in which you said that what was recorded in an HSD call record even possibly challenged the integrity of Horizon data?
No, I didn't, no.
So it was all one way. Nothing you ever read over decades ever even possibly called into question the integrity of Horizon data?
No, I didn't. Through my investigation, no, I didn't. I satisfied myself that it didn't, no.
Can I look at a third aspect of your approach, please? Page 59 of your witness statement. Paragraph 196. You say, when I stated that, quote, all the calls of a routine nature, just stopping there, that's a phrase that you use in, I think, all of the witness statements that you produced, i.e. every call that you ever read about was of a routine nature. Yes?
Yes.
So when I stated that all the calls are of a routine nature, I meant that these were the type of calls which were frequently made to the HSD and which I would regularly see when reviewing the call records. I note that some of the calls made to the HSD in respect of this branch related to balance discrepancies that the sub-postmaster was stating were repeatedly shown on the system, etc. You say, I note that the calls were repeatedly referred by the HSD to the NBSC. I would therefore likely have understood this to be a commercial or user issue rather than a technical error. I'd often see commercial issues such as this being raised by the sub-postmasters and then referred to the NBSC, and therefore would have considered these calls to be of a routine nature. So can I summarize it that whenever you saw in an HSD record that the call had been referred to the NBSC, you believed that that was A, a call of a routine nature, and B, did not raise a technical error, a system error?
Correct, yes.
So that involved, would you agree, an assumption that the HSD were always right to refer the call to the NBSC?
Yes.
And it involved an assumption that if the sub-postmaster thought that the discrepancy about which they were complaining was a result of a technical error, a system error, then they were wrong.
If the call had been referred to the NBSC, yes, I would have seen that as a business, commercial, or a user error.
Yeah. And what I'm asking, Mr. Dunks, is that you're assuming that the person in the HSD has got it right and that the sub-postmaster has got it wrong.
No, I would assume that they've been referred to there because they're assuming that at first glance or whatever, that it could have been a business issue. If it turned out that further investigation would have been needed, that call, and I think I've seen it before, a call would have been passed back for further investigation to see if it was a technical issue.
You were working on the basis that Fujitsu, in its HSD, was correct in its categorization of issues as being commercial or business on the one hand, and therefore referred to NBSC, weren't you?
Yes, in a way, yes.
Did you have access to, and therefore the facility to examine, when a call was referred to the NBSC?
Sorry, say that again. What did I?
Did you have access to, and the facility therefore to examine, what happened when a call was referred to the NBSC?
No, we didn't. We didn't have access to the NBSC.
So you don't know what happened after it had left the HSD?
What they did and what they carried out, no, I don't.
So if they, for example, just kept telling the person, turn your machine on and off again, you wouldn't know if that was the advice? That was
No, I
given?
wouldn't, no.
If they said to the person, under the contract, you've got to pay up this discrepancy, irrespective of you claiming that it's a system fault, you wouldn't know if that happened when it got into the MBSC?
No.
You wouldn't know that if they were told in the MBSC, clause 12 of the contract says that you must pay irrespective of fault for all losses.
No.
And many sub-postmasters did. And that the technical issue that they were complaining of therefore never reached the surface. You wouldn't know if that happened.
I would have known if it needed further investigation, as in the fact that it may have been a technical issue, that call would have been passed back.
What about if they were, in the MBSC, they were told, you just need to pay up?
No, no. I wouldn't
And
know.
you would write all of these up as being calls of a routine nature, which didn't involve the integrity of the Horizon data, wouldn't you, in your witness statements?
It was a routine nature that those calls were passed to the MBSC, and we've seen them call those calls routinely.
Isn't what you were conveying by all the calls are of a routine nature was not about the frequency with which the calls were being made, but rather about the substance of the issues, i.e., these calls, you can be assured, Mr. Defendant, Mrs. Defendant, or court, that these calls do not involve a system issue?
Repeat the question,
Yeah.
sorry?
You weren't talking about the frequency with which the calls were being made by saying all of these calls are of a routine nature. You were implying that these calls did not involve any system issue with Horizon, weren't you?
No, not one saying when they're routine nature. No, they would, as I said, as stated in there, that the contents or the type of calls were seen frequently.
Might that not mean that there's a big system issue if you were frequently seeing calls of the same nature?
No, I don't believe so, no.
Why?
Because the types of the calls that I'd looked at and seen.
Sorry, the types of calls...
The types of the contents of the calls. I mean, that's what I'd have based that on.
Can I turn that and come down, thank you, to your approach to HSD call logs, and in particular whether you summarised them or exhibited them. Did you always exhibit HSD call logs to your witness statements so that the raw materials were disclosed to the defence and to the court, or did you sometimes just summarise them in your witness statements?
Sometimes just summarise them.
And why did sometimes you give disclosure of the raw materials so that the court and the defence could actually look at them, and other times you didn't?
That would have been dependent on what was requested by the post office.
So sometimes they would just ask for a summary, and sometimes they would ask for the call logs to be exhibited.
Correct.
Do you know what determined in their mind whether it was a summary case or an exhibiting of raw material case?
No, no idea.
Was it chance
No, I
for a
don't
defendant which level of service they might have got?
I have no idea. I don't know. I was just basing that on what they requested. I don't know why they would request one or the other. That's
Did it ever occur to you, hold on, in some cases I'm actually handing over the raw product here as an exhibit, and in other cases I'm just summarising it? Why is that?
No, I don't think it did. I knew full well that if the raw data, as in the complete call, was there and was available if requested at any time that they requested any data, it was supplied.
Okay, can we look please at poll 307 3280? This is an exhibit sheet to your witness statement dated the 27th of September 2006 in Post Office's claim against Lee Castleton. Can you see that?
Yes.
and we can see that it's your exhibit APD1, Andrew Paul Dunks, I think that is.
Yes.
And if we go over the page, please. Can we see that you're exhibiting here HSD call records? Yeah, and if we just scroll down and just keep going, it can be done relatively quickly. Keep going. A series of HSD call records. Yes, so here you are in a civil case, in a civil context, exhibiting the call logs themselves. Yes?
Yes.
And do you agree that gives the reader the facility to record everything that is recorded on the call log itself?
Absolutely, yes.
Were there any hidden screens or hidden drop-downs, or were they all available if you did a print to see?
No, that is the full contents of a call at the time.
Thank you. Can we look, please, at FUJ 308 3702? Just look at the email first, and then we're going to look at the attachment. An email from Lisa Allen. I should say this is about Jerry Hosi's case again. You'll see the email at the bottom, Porters Avenue Post Office. Andy has discussed, please can you provide another full statement for the above office, including in the outcome of the faults reported, that it would have had no effect on any counter discrepancy. I appear to have mislaid the original statement, and so we'll use the copy I have as unused. Additionally, can you exhibit the disk detailing the call logs? Yes?
Yes.
Just remember, for future purposes, the request at the end of the first line to include that it would have had no effect on any counter discrepancy. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
And then can we look, please, at the attachment to, sorry, you replied at the top, attaching a document. Can you see that?
Yes.
Please take a look and let me know if it's okay. Can we look at that attachment, FUJ 308 3703? And if we scroll down, please. And if we go to page 2, you say in the 5th line, I've been asked to provide details and information on the calls for advice and guidance logged by HSH. That's the same as HSD, essentially. It's
Yes.
recorded during the period 1st of September 2005 to the 29th of November 2006 for Porters Avenue. Then you give the FAD code. A report outlining each call was created, and I produce the resultant CD as your exhibit APD01, and you say that was sent to the post office. So you, in the Porters Avenue prosecution, seem to have been asked by the email to exhibit a CD with the full call logs on it. And in this witness statement, you do exactly that. You exhibit the CD. Yes?
Yes.
And then if we scroll down, I've reviewed the HSH calls pertaining to that branch in that period. There were 33 calls, and there's the phrase, all the calls are of a routine nature and do not fall outside normal working parameters of the system, and in my opinion would have had no effect on any counter discrepancies. I know examine that, how that came about later on, but you'll see that that's essentially the line that Miss Allen asked you to insert. Yes?
Yes.
And so in this case, if we carry on, scrolling, you then give a summary of each of the 33 calls by putting the date and time, a reference number, what the problem was, what the resolution in summary terms is recorded on the call log to be, and then the outcome. This first one was passed to the MBSC. Yes?
Yes.
That one does seem maybe routine, check foreign currency rates, but the second one, problem of failing to roll over, passed to the MBSC for resolution. So on that one, for example, would that fall within your category of, because it was passed to the MBSC, that must have been a business or commercial issue? It can't have been a fault with Horizon because it was passed to the MBSC?
Yes.
Thank you. So that's one way of doing it. Here you've summarised all. Firstly, in the civil case, you exhibit a printout of all of the call records. Do you remember in Mr. Castleton's case? In this second example, you exhibit a CD of the call records and you summarise them in very summary terms, yes?
Yes.
Can we turn, please, to what happened in the Seaman Misra case and look at your witness statement, please? Second witness statement, page 57. Page 57, please. Paragraph 192 at the foot of the page. You describe in this paragraph essentially how in each statement in the Misra case you gave more and more detail of the HSD calls, and that was done at the request of the lawyers and the post office.
Yes.
And so this was more of an unfolding picture in the Misra case.
Yes.
Again, can you help us? What determined which approach you took? Whether you did the first thing, gave them the printouts as part of an exhibit, whether you provided a CD with all of the call logs on it, or whether you summarised?
It all would have depended on conversations and discussions with post office, either investigator or lawyer. There would have always probably been the starting point, as in a high-level overview of the calls. And then it would have progressed from there. But if the very first instant of discussions, they wanted the calls submitted and an in-depth overview, that's what would have been given at the starting point.
Do you know how the person that you were speaking to or engaging with on email from the post office knew what to request? Would they explain what prompted them to request more information from you?
No, I don't think I remember having a conversation like that at all, no.
I.e., whether it was because of what they'd read in what you had provided them, whether it was because the court was ordering them to provide more information, whether it was the defence asking for more information. What prompted the unfolding of the disclosure of more data?
It could have been it could have been either of what you've just said. It could have been where the first, me first supplying a witness statement to them, that they would have looked at it and reviewed it and come back and says, oh, we possibly need to expand here or there. And also, depending, because I don't know what communications they were having with lawyers or whatever, defence, if somebody had asked for the full disclosure of the call details, they would have come back to us and said, oh, can we have those call details? No, I'm not aware of the process they went through.
Who did you take your orders from?
On the witness statements,
Yeah.
Orders, first it would have been the request of the post office of what they wanted, any changes.
Can we go back to Mr. Hosi's witness statement, please? FUJ 308 3703. And look at page 2, please. And look at the second paragraph down that we'd looked at. Thank you. I've reviewed the calls pertaining to Porters Avenue between those dates. There were 33, and all calls of a routine nature do not fall outside the normal parameters of the system, and in my opinion, would have had no effect on any counter discrepancies. In order to provide that opinion, had you spoken to anyone in the SSC in relation to any particular call or calls?
I would have gone through the same process I would have done every single time and got as much information as I possibly could.
Had you in fact spoken on this occasion in relation to any of these 33 calls to anyone in the SSC?
No, I can't remember. I can't remember if I did. I honestly can't remember. But
and you can't remember in part because it's not recorded on the face of the witness statement whether you did or didn't.
Correct.
And there's no other record of whether you did or you didn't.
Correct.
And so you can't tell us the extent to which the opinion that you formed there was or was not affected or was influenced by the views of others.
No, no.
Can we go to page 13, please, of the witness statement? You refer in page 13 to two particular calls, one ending in 970. Can we just scroll down a little bit? Thank you. One ending in 970 and one ending 008. And you say those two calls refer to a critical event, critical NT_error. The term critical is the comparative level of attention required to generate remedial action. It refers to the level of attention required on a grading system. For example, critical high level of attention or warning would be medium level of attention. These critical events occurred outside the post office opening times, and a standard action of a reboot of the systems, which would also highlight any further issues, was undertaken and repaired the problem and confirmed the stability of the system. I should add this is not my area, not my particular area of expertise. I have a general knowledge of these procedures and have made the comments above to aid the court. Where did you get that information from?
I can't remember specifically where I got that information from. No, I can't say exactly where I got it from.
Do you agree that you would have got the information from somewhere else?
Yes.
That wasn't your own personal knowledge?
Part of that, yes. Yes, I agree.
And so you're providing an opinion there, acknowledging that this isn't your particular area of expertise, based on somebody else's opinion?
No, what you mean generally, or those particular calls?
Well, you say amongst the things that are included in that paragraph that the reboot of the system repaired the problem.
Yes, yeah. I mean, that's, yeah. Trying to explain what took place for that call.
Okay, I'll move on. Can we look at poll 305 2220? This is an email chain in mid-2009 concerning your first witness statement in the Misra case. Can we start with page 4, please? And just scroll down. I think this is the first email in the chain. You're emailing Dave Posnet. Do you remember who Dave Posnet was?
I believe he was an investigator or part of the security team within Post Office.
Thank you. It's the 22nd of June 2009. I should say that your witness statement eventually, your first witness statement in Misra, came to be signed on the 30th of June 2009. You say to Mr. Posnet, "Hi Dave, please have a look at the attached witness statement for West Byfleet HSA calls logged. Can you let me know if this is okay, and I'll print, sign and post it to you." If you go to page 3, please. And if we scroll down, please, we'll see his reply on the 22nd. Can you see that?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And the statement looks fine to me, though I've copied John Longman, the officer in the case, for his information. My only query would be that the log of 107 calls may need to be produced as evidence or be disclosed as unused material. If produced as evidence, then it could be incorporated in your statement now or produced in a further 2 statement later. I'll let John comment on this, though, as the court may be happy as it is. John, can you give Andy the green light? And I'll comment on the thoughts above. So it seems that your statement mentioned 107 calls. You were picked up on this. And if we scroll up, please, we can see Mr. Longman's reply. The statement is fine, but the mention of 107 calls will no doubt interest the defence barrister. If possible, could you include in the statement a breakdown of the calls to cover time, date, nature of call? If we don't include it now, the defence will only request this information later. And then scroll up, please. Your reply, 107 calls may seem a lot, but that only equates to approximately 3 to 4 calls a month over the time frame. Just stopping there, is it right that you saw it as routine for branches to have to call the Fujitsu help desk 3 to 4 times a month, i.e. nearly every week? Routine?
Well, I would have said so. At the time, I would have looked at the number of calls. I would have done the maths and looked, and through my knowledge of dealing with help desk calls, 1 call a week, in my opinion, didn't seem that much.
Did you use the frequency of the calls as a proxy for whether or not the substance of the calls was routine?
The frequency at that time, I was just trying to explain.
Overall, did you use the frequency of calls as a proxy for whether the substance of the calls was routine?
No, I don't believe I did.
So the frequency to you wasn't a relevant issue?
I don't know whether I'd have taken that into consideration. I was just talking about that. He'd made a statement about 107 calls seems a lot, so I was just I did the maths and sort of went back to him and gave my opinion that I didn't think it.
Okay, you carry on to add the information you want is going to take 1 to 2 days of uninterrupted work to complete. So to get it done is not impossible. You'll be cutting it fine. If you need the extra detail, I'll inquire when we can get this to you. And then if we scroll up to page 2, please. John Longman says, let's run with the statements as it is. If the defence do want details of the 107 calls, then a further statement will be needed at a later stage. Maybe you could add into your statement that the total calls only work out at 3 to 4 a month over the time period, and that is not a high amount for a post office. Again, would the substance of the calls make a difference as to whether the number was significant?
At that time, I believe I was just giving an opinion that I didn't think that the frequency or the number, I don't believe at the time that was to do with the substance. It was the frequency, because he'd asked that there were, seems a lot of calls there, but it didn't, in my opinion, I didn't think that there was.
And so I think you were content to provide a statement with the addition proposed by Mr. Longman, because you reply, okay, I'll add this to the statement and get it posted. Agreed?
Yes, yeah.
So in summary, at this stage, you're not providing the substance of the calls. You're providing a witness statement that says how many there are and that that is not a high number.
I don't know. I think that was an add-on because we've got the, I can't remember the details of what that witness statement I supplied him with.
Okay, I can maybe check that to see what was...
Yeah, no, I don't know the progress and how that, I can't remember how that worked. I don't believe it was just a statement saying, oh, there was 107 calls.
Can we look at what happened after you signed the witness statement off on the 30th of June? Yeah, scroll up, please. Keep going. To page 1, please. We see a chain that I don't think includes you between Penny Thomas, Dave Posnett and John Longman. So Fujitsu to 2 post office men. Dave, an approximate estimate for the work is ARQ's 13,000 odd pounds, help desk individual breakdown £1,800, call type breakdown £630. Do you want me to arrange a formal estimate? Was the level of information that you provided in the witness statement affected by the cost of the provision of it?
Well, I never knew there was an individual cost. I don't believe I ever knew there was an individual cost of the work I was doing. I understood that the whole ARQ process was covered under an agreement based on payment on the number of ARQs we supplied. I mean, I've never seen this. I don't believe I ever knew that someone was giving us an estimate of cost or charging on the work I carried out.
So if there was an effect of the on the level of service provided by reference to the amount that it costed, that information never found its way to you?
Correct.
And if we just scroll to the top of the page. Thank you. You can see that that chain doesn't then find its way on to you. So in summary on this aspect of the story, you just did what you were asked to do by post office, is that right? And didn't know the extent to which financial considerations affected the choices that they made?
Absolutely no.
Thank you. Can we go on, please, to FUJ 0012 2673? This is still in the context of the SEMA Misra case. And can we look, please, at the bottom of page 1 and the top of page 2? Just to scroll up a little bit more, please. Thank you. We can see we're December 2009 from you to John Longman. And can you say, hi, you say, hi, John, please find below answers to the questions you asked. Could you confirm how you want to complete call information? So how you want the complete call information. Do you want the whole call transferred to a CD in its raw state? There are over 100 of these. And then if we scroll up, please. And keep going. No more relevant information there. You appear to be querying in this chain in relation to what would be your second witness statement, which you were to sign off on the 29th of January 2010, whether you should essentially exhibit the CD. Is that right?
Can you just
scroll down?
Scroll down, please.
Yeah. And again, please. Maybe we should see the below questions. If we scroll a bit further.
Oh.
The answers haven't come out in red. We just scroll back up, please. Thank you. You say, please find below answers to the questions you asked. Confirm how you want the complete call information. Do you want the whole call transferred to a CD in its raw state? There are over 100 of these. Can you help us with what you were asking?
I think that the please find below answers to your questions, now seen the contents, they were to do with answers about the counters which I'd passed on to Leighton Machin.
Yes.
And I then forwarded them those. Can you confirm how you want to complete? That's probably through a discussion of supplying the call data. Does he want them printed out or, well, I'm guessing now, sorry. That may have been to do with it, did he want them all printed out and sent, or does he want them all on a CD? It's just over how he wanted them.
It is not whether or not the raw data should be provided.
Absolutely not, no.
Do you know why you wouldn't provide the raw data at this stage in one form or another?
Well, depending on the request that the post office wanted.
Okay, can we move forwards then to FUJ 0015 3059? Thank you. If we look, thank you. Scroll down, please. That's it, just there, sorry. Bottom of that last email. Just scroll up a little bit, thank you. Can you see, if we scroll up a little further, an email between Mr. Longman and Penny Thomas in the third paragraph? We're now on the 16th of March, third paragraph. We will need Andy to produce the disk containing the raw data of help desk calls from 1st of January 2005 to 31st of December 2009. And then if we go forwards, please, to poll 305 8443. and page 7, please. And scroll down. We can see a witness statement of yours dated the 30th of March. If we just scroll up, please. 30th of March, 2010. And you say, further to a previous witness statement, I provide a CD, AD01, containing details of all calls logged at West Byfleet between those two dates. So would this have been in response, essentially, to that email that we saw of the 16th of March?
Exactly, yes. Well, I'm assuming yes.
That worked its way through to you somehow?
Mm-hmm.
Does it follow that at least from this date, Mrs. Misra's defence team had available to them the underlying call data upon which your earlier summaries were based?
Yes, I think so, yes.
Can you help us with what would have been on the CD as AD01?
I'm guessing, or I'm assuming it would have been, as we saw before, the call logs in their entirety.
Okay, so a series, one after the other, of 107 call logs between those two dates.
Correct.
Thank you. So that's an appropriate moment for the second break. I wonder whether we could break until 25:02.
Yeah, before we do, in case I've missed it and it's in my head, Mr. Dunks, did you give oral evidence in Mr. Hosi's case?
In which case, sorry?
Mr. Hosi, Mr. Jerry Hosi.
That's Porter's Avenue, is it?
Yeah.
I don't believe I did, no.
All right, thank you. Yeah, fine. Yes, 25 past. Sorry, what time did you say?
25:02, please.
25:02, yeah.
Thank you very much, sir. Sir, can you see and hear us?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Dunks, you remember that I asked you about that email exchange in mid-2009 concerning Seema Misra's case, in which you had provided a witness statement saying that there had been 107 calls to the help desk, and this was picked up and you were asked for more information because otherwise the defence barrister will only ask for it. And there was a question over how detailed your first witness statement had been. The witness statement that had been served on the 30th of June 2009. You said you don't think you would have just included the number in the witness statement, or words to that effect. Can we look at that witness statement, please? Poll 305 1960. This is your witness statement. Excuse me, witness statement of the 24th of June 2009, which was served under a notice of additional evidence on the 30th of June 2009. If we just scroll down, we can see some standard paragraphs. No need to read all of those. We're going to come back to the detail of these boilerplate paragraphs later. And then at the bottom of the page, you say an important element of the support provided to sub-postmasters and counterclerks is the Horizon Help Desk. It is the Horizon user's first port of call, etc. And then 5 or 6 lines in, you say, I've been asked to provide information pertaining the working condition of the Horizon system. I think that must mean I have been asked to provide information pertaining to the working condition of the Horizon system. The following information constitutes the calls logged by HSH for West Byfleet between June 30th of June 05 to the 14th of January 08. I've reviewed the calls between that period. There are 107 calls. This equates to between 3 to 4 calls a month, which is average for this size of post office. All the calls are of a routine nature and do not fall outside the normal working parameters of the system or would affect the working order of the counters. I think that must mean nor would they affect the working order of the counters. So I think, in fact, you did provide a very short witness statement that just gave the number and the opinion rather than any more information. Is that right?
It appears so, yes. Yeah.
Thank you. Was that a standard approach to provide a summary of the number and an explanation of what HSH was, and then put the opinion at the bottom, and then wait to see what happened?
There was no standard approach. I mean, once we had received a request from the post office for help desk calls, excuse me, help desk calls, there would have been a discussion or request of what they wanted at the time. So it would have been on their request of what was supplied.
We saw earlier in Mr. Hosi's case, you provided a summary.
Yep.
It ended up being a 13-page witness statement, and you cut into the witness statement bits of the call logs. And again, just one last time, what determined what the entry-level point was, i.e. the first statement you provided?
On the request of the post office, what they wanted.
And did you have any clue as to what was motivating them, or what was influencing them as to what to ask for?
None whatsoever, no.
Okay. Can we turn to a separate issue then, namely what the standard paragraphs in the witness statement, what I've described as boilerplate paragraphs, meant or were intended by you to mean? Can we look, please, to start with at FUJ 0015 5555? And if we scroll down, please. And again. That's it, that's the bottom of the chain. Just scroll up. Thank you. Thank you. An email at this point not copied to you. It's about a witness statement. It's between Mr. Posnet, Mr. Hooper and Mr. Ward. Do you remember who Graham Hooper was?
Graham Hooper was the security manager, I believe, at the time.
And we see him described as CS security manager. Would that be customer support security manager?
Yes, security came under customer support.
Okay. And so would he have been a manager of you at the time?
Yes.
Thank you. And we know who Graham Ward is in the post office. Graham, I think that's the Graham Hooper. Just a quick note to thank you for the above in relation to the Horizon system. This evidence was allowed to form part of the case, and the defendant was ultimately found guilty of 8 false accounting charges and 1 theft charge. I appreciate the fact you supplied the statement, especially given the short notice you received. And then scroll up, please. Mr. Hooper forwards that on to Martin Riddell. Who was he?
Not sure. I think
Was he in Fujitsu?
Yes, I believe so, yes.
And are all the other people on the copy list there in Fujitsu?
Yes.
Graham Hooper says, another good result supported by Horizon evidence, and you're included. Mm-hmm. And then if we scroll up, Martin Riddell replies to everyone, saying, well done to everyone involved. If I was a caring, sharing manager, I'd buy a drink for everyone involved, but I'm not, so I won't. Were you involved at this early stage, 2002, September 2002, in the provision of witness statements for the purposes of Horizon-based prosecutions?
I don't know. I know I started on the post office account in 2002. I don't know when or how long I'd been working on the account at that time. And
at this,
no, I can't
I'm so sorry.
Sorry, no, I can't recall if I was involved in that.
At this stage, September 2002, was there a standard form witness statement in use within the security team?
I can't remember. I believe so, but I can't remember.
Do you always, throughout your time, over the years, remember using standard form witness statements?
Yes.
Can we turn, please, to FUJ 0015 2505? FUJ 0015 2505. FUJ 0015 2205. Thank you. We can see on the top right, this is an earlier copy of the policy concerning, Fujitsu policy concerning prosecution support for network banking. Can you see that? It's
Yes.
dated the 26th of November 2002. Remember, the other one we looked at was dated the 29th of February 2005, earlier on. Incidentally, on that, there's no need for people to write into the inquiry to say that the 29th of February 2005 didn't exist because it wasn't a leap year. We've had lots of emails over the course of inquiry pointing that out. Thank you to everyone. You can see that the abstract is, again, of a similar type. The document outlines the end-to-end procedures required to manage and deliver network banking prosecution support. You can see who the contributors were at this time: your manager, Mr. Hooper, Jan Holmes, and Richard Laking. Can you help?
No, I don't recall.
And if we look, please, at the approval authorities on page 2, and scroll down, please, I think we can see that in the box in the middle of the page there, under optional review, one of the options was Graham Ward. Can you see that?
Yes.
He being a post office manager, yes?
Yes.
And it's asterisked, which suggests that Mr. Ward did indeed return a comment as a reviewer. Can you see that?
Yes.
And can we turn, please? Again, there's a passage in the body of the document which refers to a template witness statement of fact being annexed as an appendix 2. Can we turn to that appendix 2, please, which is on page 27. Can we see that over that page, appendix 2, witness statement of fact, and if we just scroll on quite quickly if we can. Thank you. And just on that page and then the next page. And it goes right up until page 32. And can you see again, each paragraph is headed by a capital letter?
Yes.
Yep. Thank you very much. If we just quickly go back to page 21. And if we look, please, at paragraph 7.2.4.1. Thank you. Third paragraph, the statement shall follow the standard format and layout for witness statements of fact provided in evidence. Contents of witness statements of fact are flexible depending on the specific requirement of each case and the knowledge of the witness giving it, the statement. An example of a witness statement of fact is provided in appendix 2. Did you know about this policy, that the company had produced a policy saying an example of a witness statement of fact is provided in appendix 2 and a template witness statement was provided in appendix 2?
This was on the year that I joined. I don't know whether I actually was given this document to read. I don't remember seeing this, no.
Can we go back, please, to page 31 within the template witness statement? Page 31. Foot of the page, paragraph Q. You'll see that the boilerplate paragraph Q is there's no reason to believe that the information in this statement is inaccurate because of the improper use of the computer. To the best of my knowledge and belief at all material times, the computer was operating properly, or if not, any respect in which it was not operating properly or was out of operation was not such as to affect the information held on it. I hold a responsible position in relation to the working of the computer. Were you required to say that, what's in that paragraph Q, in each and every case?
Was I required? I don't know that the requirements were.
In all of your witness statements, we see that paragraph.
Yeah,
Why did you include it?
because it was in the witness statement template that we were been told to use.
How did you know whether it was true or false?
These, oh, actually, I don't. Are these? Are you talking about ARQ witness statements?
This appears in both species of witness statement, ARQ and HSH.
Yeah, I mean, the overall of that is the best of my knowledge at the time. So I believe that everything was working as it should.
How did you know it was?
Well, in respect of ARQs, I knew that there was checks being made every time we extracted data. And in respect of the HSD calls, it would have been looking in the calls and believe it is operating as it should and as it's expected.
What's the it in that sentence?
The counters and
So stop there. You believe when you signed a witness statement that included that paragraph that it was testifying to your belief that the counters were working properly?
were working as expected, yes.
And so I interrupted you. You said the counters and...
But it's trying to explain that the post, the branch, and the counters were working as expected, as to not to affect the integrity of the data.
And so this is providing a view, an opinion, an assessment on Horizon itself, in your mind?
In respect of the branches and the integrity of the data, yes, in my opinion.
And I'll ask again, how would you know whether that was true or false?
I would have made that my opinion based on the investigation that I carried out.
How could you tell? How could you say there was no reason to believe that the information is inaccurate because of improper use of the computer?
Again, I mean, I made that assumption, my opinion, on an individual basis of every call that I looked at, and I was being asked for an opinion, and that was my opinion.
Can we turn to your inquiry witness statement, please, your second inquiry witness statement at page 33. Paragraph 96, page 33, paragraph 96. Foot of the page. You say the witness statements I supplied in respect of the production of ARQ records contain the following or very similar wording. And then you set it out. Yeah? I'm not going to reread it. Over the page, please. Over the page, please. You say in 97, I note that this paragraph is included in the template witness statement appended to the document we've just looked at, yes?
Yes.
What was the purpose of noting that there in paragraph 97? Can you help us?
I think that's just an example of when it was used.
You weren't saying by that paragraph that you drew the that part of the witness statement from that policy?
No, I didn't. No, that I didn't.
You just took it off the template that was on the system?
It was, yes, it was included in the template, yes.
Thank you. 98, you say, my understanding at the time was that I was confirming that I had not improperly used the audit extraction software to manipulate the data I was exhibiting, and that as far as I was aware, the software had run properly when extracting the data. You see here in this witness statement, you're saying that you believed that the boilerplate paragraph was referring to the audit extraction software.
Yes.
If we scroll down to paragraph 100, you say, I did not believe I was verifying that the Horizon system as a whole was operating properly at all times, or that there could not have been any software errors that affected any of the information held within it. So you're here saying, firstly, do you agree that when you wrote or included the paragraph in each of your witness statements, you had a positive understanding of what it meant and what it did not mean?
Yes.
And is that true that you can remember that standard paragraph Q was one that you held a belief at the relevant time as to what it did mean and what it didn't mean?
At the time of writing the statements, yeah, I would have had a yes.
And that it was only limited to the reliability or improper use of the audit extraction software and not relating to Horizon as a whole?
Yes.
And are you sure that that was your contemporaneous belief over each of the years when you were signing this template statement in prosecutions?
I would have held that position, yes, I would have done.
Can we look, please, at FUJ 0020 1401? FUJ 0020 1401. This is a transcript of your evidence to the High Court in the group litigation. It's dated the 20th of March 2019. Can we go to page 28, please? Oh, I see, we're on 28, at the foot of the page. 28 at the foot of the page. Foot of the page, please. We can see where the transcript of your evidence begins. You're sworn.
Yes.
Can we go forward to page 41, please? Page 41. you're being cross-examined here by Mr. Militic, and can you see in the second question, third line, he says, and then paragraph 8 again, I just want to be very precise. I want to make sure I understand exactly what's being said in this statement. Paragraph 8 begins, there's no reason to believe that the information in this statement is inaccurate. Pausing there, what is this statement? Carry on, thank you. Do you mean your witness statement? Yes. And then okay. And then there's no reason to believe that the information in this witness statement is inaccurate because of the improper use of the system. And the question is, what is the system there? Is that the system of the process of extracting audit data, or is it something else? So just stopping there, you can see that you're being asked very similar questions to the ones that I've asked already, albeit this is a different witness statement that contains the same boilerplate paragraph. So you're asked, what's the system there? Is that the system of the process of extracting audit data, or is it something else? And you say, good question. I'm not sure what I was meaning by that. There is no reason to believe, over the page. We'll take this step by step, and then it continues. So just stopping there, you were saying to the court that you didn't know what you meant. You say, I'm not sure what I was meaning by the system, and that there is no reason to believe. How is it that in 2019 you were saying on oath that you were not sure what you meant by the boilerplate paragraph, but now in your witness statement 5 years later, you tell us that you knew that it meant only the audit extraction software and not Horizon more generally?
Looking at this now, I'm going over it. I'm not sure what I was thinking at the time or what I was trying to remember.
The questioning does continue. I think I was meaning about the improper use of the audit data extraction system. Question, so when you say system, you mean the process of extracting audit data? Yes, I do. And then it continues, I see. So then there's the quote. And then it goes on to deal with a separate issue, namely what at all material times meant. So when you told the court that you weren't sure what you were meaning by the paragraph, the boilerplate paragraph, how is it that your memory seems to have improved 5 years later, that you were definitely meaning throughout time only the system used to extract audit data?
I don't know. I mean, being put on the spot at the time, I'm not sure I fully understood the question or whatever, but I'm not sure, and I can't remember what my thought process was at the time.
Thank you. Can we turn to a separate topic, please? South Warnborough and Mrs. Josephine Hamilton's case. This is dealt with in your second witness statement in paragraphs 183 to 189 on pages 56 onwards. I'm not going to read what you say there. They're there for the record. But instead, can I take you to some email exchanges, please? Starting, please, with FUJ 0022 5544. Can we look at the bottom email first, please? We're on the 13th of January 2007. If we just scroll up. Thank you. From Mr. Ward to you about a witness statement that you had made in Josephine Hamilton's case. He says, Mr. Ward says, Andy, I've made 1 or 2 minor amendments, pull all the text into the same font, spelling of South Warnborough, and also put 3 question marks following some acronyms, so you can explain in full. I know some are explained later in the statement. To make things easier for a barrister and jury, any acronyms should be explained the first time they appear in a statement. Most of the explanations of the cause make sense to me, aside from the one below, which appears to suggest a fault. Can you simplify what this means? And you'll see that he identifies a call ending 1106. Can you see that?
Yes.
And then if we scroll up, please. You reply later that day on the Saturday. I will make the amendments on Monday, but I had posted a copy of the statement on Friday just in case it was okay, so please ignore. Can we look at the statement, please? The one that you signed off on the 14th of January 2007, poll 304 4482. This is your witness statement of the 14th of January 2007 in Josephine Hamilton's case. And can we look at page 3, please? And if we scroll down to look for the call ending in 1106, it's in the middle of the page there. It's got an asterisk on it. A new call, this is the 21st of April 2004, taken by Richard Poston's critical NT error, occurred at, the device did not respond within the timeout period. Resolution, an automatic error event was picked up by the System Management Center, second line support, and a call was logged. The System Management Center referred to a KEL, a known error log. A remote reboot of the counter was carried out, which did not resolve the problem. A priority call was raised, you give the number, to contact and advise the postmaster for a manual reboot. Call closed by Kevin Pearson. So that's the one that Mr. Ward was saying, that tended to indicate a fault. Yes?
Yes, that's what he's saying.
And he was asking for clarification.
Yes.
You don't, I think, provide clarification here, do you?
I don't, well, I haven't got an email with it on. I don't know whether I spoke to him regarding that.
Well, in the witness statement, you don't, do you? If we just carry on scrolling through to the end, because sometimes you, at the end of the witness statement, have a mop-up paragraph dealing with any possible faults. And so it ends. So he was saying this fault on the HSD log, sorry, this entry on the HSD log is suggestive of a fault, and asking whether that call did describe a fault. And you don't address it, do you?
No, not in the final witness statement, no.
Not in your email either, did you?
Not by email. I didn't, well, it doesn't appear that I responded back to him with it, no.
If we go back to page 3 and look at the entry, it says that a remote reboot was carried out, which didn't resolve the problem. A priority was raised, priority call was raised, and advice for the postmaster for a manual reboot, and then the call was closed. So on its face, it doesn't record that there was any resolution to the problem, does it? Just that the call was closed.
No, the advice was to contact raise another call to get the postmaster to do a manual reboot.
Yeah, and it doesn't record whether that was successful, does it?
Not on that particular call, no.
On any other call?
Well, the following call was raised, an A priority, which was the next call in line, and it appears that the reboot didn't solve the issue, so an engineer was sent to swap over the base unit.
Mm-hmm. So you're looking at the call ending in 0123?
Yes.
So the question that was asked of you by the investigator was whether it disclosed a fault, and you didn't answer it, did you?
Well, I'm not by email, no.
Or in your witness statement?
No, because at the time I would have, in the investigation, the work I'd done on that, looking into the
Sorry, you
causes,
said you would have done an investigation. What investigation would you have done?
I would have carried out the same investigation that I would have done for any witness statement at any cause. I would have spoken to people, I would have looked at things to clarify that I was happy to make that statement.
What would you have looked at?
Anything available for me.
Such as?
I mean, that's got Kells
You would have
reference
looked
in
at
there.
Kells, would you?
I would have done, yes.
There are two Kells mentioned there, aren't there?
Yeah.
One R. Coleman ending in 3J and one P. Carroll ending in 9Z. Aren't there?
Yes.
And so you would have gone off and searched up those two known error logs, would you?
Yes.
And been satisfied that what was disclosed on those known error logs itself didn't assist in saying that there either was or was not a fault in Josephine Hamilton's branch being reported on this occasion?
I would have looked at both of those Kells, and again, the same as I would have done with the help desk calls. If I didn't understand the clarity, I would have got some clarity from the SSC, because the Kells are written by the SSC, to understand what's the wording and the steps and what it's trying to explain.
So looking at the first Kell, R. Coleman ending in 3J, can we look at that, please? FUJ 305 9070. Can we see that's the Kell, R. Coleman ending 3J?
Yes.
And can you see, if we scroll down the problem, NT has detected a fault on disk drive or ID controller, and then there's some code. Can you tell us what all that code means, please?
Now, no. I can't recall what everything there says or means, no.
Would you have been able to understand all of that code at the time?
Well, yes, I would have done. Well, say understand, I'd have got a knowledge of what that all meant, yes.
How would you have got a knowledge of it?
By, as I said, speaking to someone within the SSC. These are their words, and they're their known error logs, so they would have written them.
They're the experts, not you.
Yes.
And they were the experts that didn't want to give evidence.
Yes.
Solution, help desk. First check for other events which may have led to this error, such as a bad block or corrupt storage unit events. If such events exist, follow the appropriate Kells for those. To test if the error is simply as a result of processor delay due to intensive processing by the counter at the time of the event, reboot the counter. If the error recurs, this is indication of a more serious fault, either with the computer's motherboard or the affected drive. Therefore, if the message reappears, then send an engineer to replace the part at fault. And so you can see it continues. And then if we look at the second KEL that's referred to, FUJ 0005 9107. The one ending P Carol 9Z, problem. Scroll down, please. Thank you. Corruption on message store, likely to be a bad disk, or more likely riposte, has been subjected to an interruption whilst an indexing operation has been taken place. If a power outage occurs during this process, it's possible for corruption of the data structures within riposte. Solution, a reboot can fix some of these problems, so that should be tried in the first instance. If the event occurs out of hours, then clear desk may clear the problem. If they persist or reoccur and the post office are having problems, then do something. And then further down, about 8 lines in, multi-counter sites, SMC must check all counters are working okay. Apart from target counter, there must be at least one other unit with a fully functioning riposte present. If not, passed to SSC, etc. So reading the entry on the help desk and reading these two KELs, which you say you would have done, how were you able to say that what you read did not disclose anything other than the system operating properly?
Again, from my understanding of discussing, I mean, I would have asked, I'd had discussions with someone within the SSC to explain what was going on. We'd looked at the call to see what the steps were. I mean, this is a known error log, so these errors have been seen before.
Is that a good thing?
Well, there's always going to be certain errors, and how they're dealt with. It's how they're dealt with is the process.
And how were you able to say that this had no effect on the properation of Horizon?
Well, no, proper effect on the counters. I mean, it was still working as expected. There may have been a fault at the counter, but again, that's within the boundaries and integrity of the Horizon system. I believe, in my opinion, that at the time, it was working as it should do, and there wouldn't have been any integrity issues with the data between the branch and the Horizon.
Did you look at the data to see whether there were any integrity issues?
At the data?
Yeah.
No.
Thank you. So that would be an appropriate moment for lunch if it is acceptable to you. I wonder whether we could break until 2:10.
Yes, certainly.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, sir. Can you see and hear us?
Yes, thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Dunks. Can we move on from looking at the themes that we looked at this morning to looking at a couple of particular prosecution cases that we've already dipped into this morning, that of Jerry Hosi and Misra, in slightly more detail? Can we look, please, to begin with at FUJ 308 3703? Can we see this as a witness statement dated by you, dated the 3rd of June 2008? And if we scroll down a little bit, please. And a little bit further. And then go over the page. And we can see about 5 or 6 lines in, you say, I've been asked to provide details on the calls for advice and guidance at Porters Avenue, i.e. Mr. Hosi's branch. So this is a Jerry Hosi Porters Avenue witness statement. Do you see that?
Yes.
And as we've seen, you say, I've reviewed the HSH calls during the period that they're set out. There were 33 calls from the branch to HSH, and all of the calls are of a routine nature and do not fall outside normal working parameters of the system, and in my opinion would have had no effect on any counter discrepancies. And if we just go back to page 1, please. And if we just scroll down to some of the boilerplate paragraphs. Can you see the second one? You say, I make this witness statement from facts within my own knowledge unless otherwise stated. There's then something about records. You say 4 lines from the bottom, you have access to the records, you weren't involved in any of the technical aspects, and you say this area is not my particular area of expertise. And you make the witness statement simply to clarify the call logs for the benefit of the court. Do you see there that the boilerplate paragraph Q in the policy documents we looked at this morning, the one that says there's no reason to believe that the information contained in this statement is inaccurate because of improper use of the computer, etc., isn't present in this witness statement?
Correct.
And it's not present if we look elsewhere in the witness statement either. I think I put this morning that we see that boilerplate paragraph in all of your witness statements. And I think you agreed with me, and I was asking you where you got it from and why you included it in all witness statements. I think it's right that it's in all of the witness statements that address extraction and explanation of ARQ data, but not in witness statements that address extraction and explanation of HSH call logs. Why is that?
I don't know why that form of the witness statement didn't include that.
So why was it included in the ARQ statements, but not the HSH statements?
I don't know why the two were different. They were the statements weren't fixed, because I could add things, or post office would request things to be taken out or put in under discussion. So most of the time, it would have been a compromise under discussion of what was put in and taken out. I can't recall what the process was or what discussions were for, or reasons why that was left out.
Okay. The first line of that paragraph, which is included, I make this witness statement from facts within my own knowledge, unless otherwise stated. What did you understand that to mean?
I think I said earlier that that's within my own knowledge. I mean, otherwise stated, I know you said that hadn't stated that I spoke to the SSC, but I believe that I knew those facts, or the knowledge was within my arena, or no, I knew when I made the statement.
Can you not see that in order to make a witness statement that includes that line from facts within my own knowledge, there could never be a case where you would include the words unless otherwise stated?
Sorry, say again.
Yeah. In order for you to make a witness statement about something, the something has got to be within your own knowledge, otherwise you wouldn't be able to write it down, would you?
Correct.
So given that's the case, what is the purpose of that line? If everything is always going to be within your own knowledge on your account, to put it in a witness statement, what's the purpose of that line?
I don't know, to be honest with you. That's part of the standard witness statement that we said before that we're told to use.
Did you not understand it to mean that if I don't say anything, the things I'm speaking about are in fact within my own knowledge? But if I identify in the witness statement things that I've learned from somebody else, I'll say so.
No, that was...
i.e., unless otherwise stated.
Yeah, no, I don't. That was never my understanding at the time.
Did you in fact have an understanding, or did you just include this because it was another one of the boilerplate paragraphs?
No, sorry, no, I had an understanding. I believed it was within my knowledge base at the time of writing the statement.
Okay, if that's the case, when could you ever otherwise state?
I don't know.
On your explanation, that sentence makes no sense, does it? If everything is within your own knowledge because you've been told about it, you could never state otherwise.
Yeah, if you read it that way, yes, but these are statements which were written and agreed to be used.
Can we go back to page 2, please? And look at the second paragraph down. I've reviewed the HSH calls. There are 33. All of the calls are of a routine nature and do not fall outside the normal working parameters of the system, and in my opinion would have had no effect on any counter discrepancies. If you had no technical expertise in Horizon, what qualified you to make that statement?
I'm being asked my opinion, and based on the knowledge that I had at the time, that I'm making that statement based on my opinion at the time, and that's what it says.
Can we move on, please, to FUJ 308 3704? This appears to be substantially the same statement dated 2 days later, the 5th of June 2008. And if we go to the second page and look at the second paragraph, that appears to be exactly the same, except that in the previous edition, the 3rd of June, the last sentence of the second paragraph said would have had no effect, E-F-F-E-C-T, and now that's been changed to affect, AFF, ECT. Can you see that?
Yes.
And so the overall opinion is still included in this version, correct?
Correct.
Can we look at the substantive comments that you make about the calls and look at page 3, please? And look at call number 3. Thursday, the 10th of November 2005, a call ending in 152. New call taken, postmaster's not in the right cash CA, cash account period, and has not rolled over this morning. Resolution over the page. Referred to MBSC. Call closed. And so there was a report that the sub-postmaster had a problem with his cash account, yes?
Yes.
And that's passed to the MBSC.
Yes.
And you said that what is reported there would have had no effect on any counter discrepancies. This was the system operating as intended and does not fall outside the normal working parameters of the system. How were you able to say that?
Because, I mean, I'm aware, I was under the opinion that if a call was passed to the MBSC for a business issue or a user guide or a user error, that it was resolved to a satisfactory resolution and
Satisfactory to who?
to all parties.
So the postmasters were always happy, weren't they, in your opinion, when things got referred to the MBSC?
I have to believe that, yes.
Where did you get that information from? The postmasters were always happy when they got referred to the MBSC?
Well, we never saw the call come back, so I have to make an assumption that the calls were resolved.
And is that the foundation on which you built your evidence to a criminal court assumption?
That the calls had been resolved, yes.
You didn't know one way or the other, did you?
But the MBC was a help desk to deal with those issues, yes.
But I think you told us in the morning session that you had no access to MBSC records and didn't know what happened once a case had been referred to the MBSC.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So why did you write a witness statement saying, including reference to this call, and there are lots and lots of these, let me tell you, that are referred to the MBSC, that this was of a routine nature, it doesn't fall outside the normal parameters of the system and wouldn't have had an effect on any counter discrepancies? How can you say that?
Because if it's passed to the MBSC, it was a business issue.
Firstly, do you agree that that involves a significant assumption that the person in the HSH has rightly categorised it as a business issue?
The first port of call, yes.
So it involves an assumption by you that the HSH person has got it right.
Correct.
Even if the postmaster was saying it's a system issue, you took from the fact that it was in fact passed to the MBSC that it was a business or user issue.
Yes, because if it was then thought to be or needed further investigation to see if it was a technical issue or software issue, that call would have been passed back to Verizon to investigate it.
Are you therefore making the second assumption that because the call was not passed back to HSH by MBSC, that it must have been a business or user issue?
Yes.
Can we look, please, at call number 8 on page 5? think if we scroll down, 5th of January, ending in 008. New call, critical event, an unexpected error occurred whilst attempting to insert a message. Timeout occurred, waiting for lock. Outcome, an automatic error was picked up by the SMC, a call was logged. The SMC referred to known error log, and it's the J. Simpkins 38Q1. The KEL recommends a remote counter reboot, which fixed the problem, and no further events were seen. And if we carry on and look at 9, and then over the page to 10, please. And then down to number 10. And then quickly read 11, screen freeze. Postmaster contacted the help desk, the screen had frozen, advised to reboot, and then continue to operate as normal. 12. Over the page, please. 13, barcode reader not working. 14, barcode reader not working. 15, keyboard not accepting swipe cards. 16, pin pad not working over the page. 17, flooding and rewiring needed. 18, more flooding. 19, no online services. And then 20, please, if we come to 20. Critical NT error occurred. Remote procedure call failed. An automatic error event was picked up by the SMC. A call was logged. The SMC referred to MWrite 45K KEL. The KEL recommends a remote counter reboot, which fixed the problem and no further events were seen. This was due to the KMRX service failing to respond. And if we go forward, please, to page 13. And scroll down. You say in relation to those two that I've highlighted, the calls ending in 970 and 008, the term critical is the comparative level of attention required, etc. Reading on, these critical events occurred outside post office opening times, and a standard action of a reboot was undertaken and repaired the problem and confirmed the stability of the system. This isn't my particular area of expertise. I have a general knowledge of the procedures and have made comments to aid the court. How would a reboot confirm the stability of the system?
Well, it confirmed that the counters were back working again.
Did the calls record how long the call handler waited to review whether there were any problems, i.e. whether further issues were seen?
I'm not sure. I don't know.
Do the calls records record whether there was any later impact on balancing of the NT events which occurred? Irrespective of the system being back up and running and stable, whether it had an impact on balancing. Do the call records record that?
Well, it doesn't. No, it doesn't state that. No.
And so you wouldn't know one way or the other?
Well, if there were no calls or raised about that issue, I don't know how long they looked at the events.
So you're saying that because the sub-postmaster didn't call back in and say, I've got an existing or continuing balancing problem, you assumed that there had been a solution? that had been affected?
Well, yes. I mean, the fault had been fixed, and at that time, and so yes, I do.
Did you know what the MBSC habitually advised sub-postmasters as to their responsibility for settling discrepancies, irrespective of the cause of them?
I had no knowledge of that, no.
When you compiled summaries like this, would you habitually interrogate the KELs?
Yes, I would have looked at KELs. I would have looked at anything available.
And why would you look for the KELs?
Because it's mentioned in the call logs, within the details of the call.
Do you ever set out what the KEL says in your witness statements concerning HSH?
No. I don't believe I did, no.
Did you ever find anything relevant in the KELs then?
I can't remember what...
If you had have found something relevant in a KEL, would you have included it in the witness statement?
I don't know. I was trying to give an overview, as my statement says, an overview of the call, and what it was opened, what was happened, and what the outcome was.
Did you have first-hand technical knowledge that would enable you to dissect or to understand the impact of any particular critical error or the implications of a reboot?
As I said, no, but at the time, by the time I'd done my work and written the witness statement, I believe I understood, had a better picture and understood that.
Did you ask anyone else within Fujitsu about the KELs referred to in these call logs?
If I didn't understand them, yes, I would have done. I've spoken to whoever, well, the SSC, someone within the SSC, someone who had better technical knowledge than I did at the time.
And the inquiry's heard evidence, for example, about the riposte log problem and the calendar square problem, and has heard evidence about problems arising because counters were told to reboot the system or were rebooting the system in the face of errors that were in fact unresolved. Did you know about any of that?
No, I wasn't aware of, you mentioned the calendar square. No, I wasn't aware of that particular problem.
So you weren't told by anyone in the SSC that the act of being told to reboot a system in the face of a critical NT error might itself be the cause of yet further problems?
I don't believe that was ever mentioned. Otherwise, I would have known about a bug or an issue that may have caused some of these problems. No, I don't believe I did.
So we've seen that the call log mentioned the J. Simpkins 338Q KEL, yes? We saw that earlier.
Yes.
And you said that you would have gone off and looked at that.
I believe I would have done, yes.
Can we look, please, at the J. Simpkins KEL, FUJ 308 3720? It's quite a short KEL, restricted to a page. The problem, events started on the 1st of May after the counter was rebooted. The counter produced one of these messages every 10 seconds throughout the night until ClearDesk restarted riposte. This cleared the lock and the system has been fine since. We're seeing a few of these each week on Wednesdays during balancing. This can lead to problems if the postmaster is balancing on the counter generating the events, as it may not have a full view of the transactions done on other counters. This event can also give rise to transfer problems where the eventing node was not replicated and so allowed Clark to transfer of a transaction which had already been TI'd on another node for the second time. The problem is still occurring every week, in one case on the same site on 2 consecutive weeks, sent to development and then solution. This problem seems to be cleared by either rebooting the affected counter or clear desk running in the morning if the event is seen at a multi-counter office during the working hours of the post office or up to 6 p.m. on a weekday, in case they're balancing out of hours. Ring the office and get them to reboot the eventing counter. If they're in the process of balancing, it's strongly advised they reboot before continuing balancing, as they're at risk of producing an incorrect balance. Warn the postmaster if transactions appear to be missing. They should not be re-entered. They will become visible after the counter has been rebooted. If a reboot clear desk does not resolve the problem, send the call over for further investigation. SSC can rebuild the message store on the affected counter. If the message was seen on a correspondence server and the source of the message is riposte, then raise a peak call and route it to SSC to stop and restart the riposte under operational change procedure. If the errors are seen on more than one correspondence server at the same time, then further investigations should be carried out. There's nothing in your witness statement, in particular your summary of the call logs, that acknowledges that an imbalance could result from this event, is there?
No, there isn't, no.
Or that this is something that had been happening for years, since at least May 2002, is there?
But it's seen as I see that as part of the routine handling of calls, and it's a known error that's being and has got a resolution to it, and how to deal with that type of call.
How could you tell which of the multiple different resolutions in the solution applied in this case?
On this one, if the event is seen as multi-candidate during working hours, I don't believe this one was during working hours the call was raised. So that would have been my first port of call.
I'm thinking, for example, if reboot does not resolve the problem, send the call over for further information. SSC can rebuild the message store.
Yep.
If the message was seen on a correspondence server, then raise a peak call, route it to SSC. If the errors are seen on more than one correspondence server. What you don't seem to have done, is this right, Mr. Dunks, is looked at the possible different manifestations of this problem and seen which applied in this branch on this occasion.
I can't remember how what I can see is there's a set of instructions to check and what the resolution was at each time. I can't remember what I did and how I balanced the two up. But promising good morning. If the event is seen during working hours, so I believe this one wasn't during working hours.
It was at 01:15, I think.
In the morning,
In the
yes.
morning, yeah.
Yes, it's an automated event being picked up by the SMC.
That's the first part of the solution. I'm looking at the later parts of the solution.
Yeah. But there's a resolution for each step. I can't remember how far it got or what those steps were, and how I balanced that up to come to my my solution. But
putting it frankly, Mr. Dunks, did you carry out an investigation, come to a resolution, balance things up, or did you cut and paste extracts from call logs and add a generalised opinion in each and every one of these Horizon Help Desk witness statements?
No, not at all. That wasn't my way of working.
You carried out proper investigations in every case to see whether there was any possibility of an effect on balancing for all of the multiple calls in question, did you?
And to give my opinion, I had to do that to satisfy myself that I was happy to put that statement down in a witness statement.
That's
yes.
a lot of work in each case, isn't it?
Absolutely, yes.
Hours and hours.
It could be, yes.
Can we look, please, at FUJ 3008-3702? You remember this email, 3rd of June, 2008. Can you see that?
Yes.
The bottom email, in fact, 9:29, in which Lisa Allen asks you to provide another statement, including the outcome of faults reported, and that it would have had no effect on counter discrepancy. Can you see that?
Yes.
So she's asking you to provide a new statement with a phrase, "This had no effect on counter discrepancy" added. Yes?
Yes.
And can you see that you appear to have replied, the date's been Americanized, on the 3rd of June at 10:23?
Yes.
Can you see that?
Yes.
Can we look at an early draft of your witness statement, please? FUJ 308-3683. And put alongside it the June 2008 one, FUJ 308-3703. Thank you. So witness statement on the right, in Mr. Hosi's case, 24th of July 2007, which I believe is the witness statement that Lisa Allen was referring to, and then the revised witness statement of the 3rd of June, the date of the email on the left-hand side. And can we go to page 2 on each statement, please? And look at the second paragraph on each statement. Thank you. You see on the right-hand side, the July 07 witness statement is 3 lines long. I've reviewed the calls. They are all of a routine nature and do not fall outside the normal working parameters of the system. And then the 3rd of June witness statement on the left-hand side adds, and in my opinion, would have had no effect on any counter discrepancies. Can you see that's been added?
Yes.
So in short, Miss Allen has asked you to provide a new witness statement that adds in a line that, in your opinion, it would have had no effect on any counter discrepancy, and within an hour you do so. Correct?
On that email, yes, but I think the email states as discussed. So you're trying to say that there wasn't a lot of time in between the two. I think a lot of the time, any changes that needed or were requested would have been via an email, or had to have an email as a form of audit trail. So we'd have discussed this already, so I'd probably done that work previously on that.
You replied within an hour with a revised statement, adding the words, in my opinion, the calls would have had no effect on any counter discrepancies, or the matters mentioned in the calls would have had no effect on any counter discrepancies. Was that an opinion you formed quickly and with ease?
It wouldn't have been quickly, no. That's something that would have been discussed previously, and it says discussed in the email. It's something we would have spoken about. I don't know when that discussion took place. So I'd already done the work, and she was just confirming what she'd requested.
You remember that, do you?
No, I don't remember the jumping around and how the sequences worked, but any changes would have been discussed and agreed before they were put in.
What additional work would you have had to carry out in relation to the 33 calls logged from Porters Avenue to form the opinion that none of them would have had any effect on counter discrepancies?
I can't remember the work I put in. I mean, looking at that, I see that as a further to describe that the system was, well, the counters and everything that I was working as expected, and it's a further explanation to that.
Well, it's an additional point, isn't it? It's rather more than saying that the calls themselves are of a routine nature. I mean, something can be very serious.
Sorry?
Something can be very serious but be of a routine nature because it happens frequently, can't it?
Sorry, say that again.
Something can be very serious but can be of a routine nature because it happens very frequently.
Yeah, I think so, yes.
And you say that they do not fall outside the normal working parameters of the system. That itself doesn't say, does it, that whether the subject matter of the calls caused counter discrepancies, does it?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the
So
question?
saying that the subject matter of these 33 calls does not fall outside the normal working parameters of the system, does not say one way or the other whether the subject matter of the calls had any effect on counter discrepancies.
That would have been my opinion at the time, if asked. It's trying to describe that the system was working as expected.
But what you've added is an opinion that the subject matter of the calls would in fact have had no effect on counter discrepancies. So it's a material addition, isn't it?
Yes.
Can we go back to the email, FUJ 308 3702? You're referring in the bottom message to the as discussed.
Yes.
So are you telling us that the subject matter of the entirety of that bottom email had been discussed? You have carried out the work before the email of the 3rd of June had been received, and that's why you were able to turn it round so quickly on that Tuesday morning?
I would like to think so, yes.
Can we move forwards, please, to FUJ 3729? We're now in 2010, 6th of May 2010, still concerning Porters Avenue. And at the bottom email, so the top email, the date has again been Americanized, I think, from 6th of May. From the printed as the 5th of June, in fact, the 6th of May. If we look at the bottom email first, 6th of May, please provide me with a further statement exhibiting the 33 calls log. Can you send a copy of the exhibit with a label? Apologies for the short notice. There's a mention at court tomorrow. Can you see that?
Yes.
And then at the top of the page, again, you reply quite quickly, 11:07 through to 12:41. Let me know if this is okay. Can you see that?
Yeah.
When you produced that statement, did you go back and look at the KELs?
And I think that is a request. As discussed, can you please provide me with a further statement exhibiting the 33 calls? I think that was to supply the full call details.
Okay, so this is a bit like in Misra, where you started off with a summary, and then were asked to produce a witness statement simply exhibiting the calls, the call logs.
It appears to be that type of thing, yes.
So you wouldn't have to conduct any extra analysis, is that right, in order simply to exhibit?
If I'm just supplying the call data, no.
Thank you. Can we move on, please, to look at Seema Misra's case? That can come down, thank you. You made, I think, 3 witness statements in the case of Seema Misra. Can we look at one of them, please? The one dated the 29th of January 2010, poll 30584448. Poll 30584448. It's obviously a rogue reference. It's attaching a witness statement dated by email, dated the 29th of January 2010, from Mr. Longman to Phil Taylor in the post office and 2 lawyers, 1 solicitor, 1 counsel, attaching your witness statement, which deals with all of the helpline calls regarding the Horizon system, and asking for it to be served on the defence. Can we look what happened after that, please? FUJ 0015 2990. This is an email exchange between Anne Chambers and Gareth Jenkins. And just staying on the top part of it first, we can see that this email exchange is sent to you by Penny Thomas. Okay?
Yes.
If we scroll down, please, to page 2. And scroll on a little further. Thank you. This is about, so this is 25th of January, after you'd signed off your first witness statement, sorry, the 25th of February, after you'd signed off your first witness statement at the end of January. It's about witness statement support for West Byfleet. And Ms. Chambers says to Mr. Jenkins, just sending to you initially, my involvement has always been unofficial, and on the basis that I had time to do it. If I need to do more detailed analysis on this, I'm not sure what I'd be able to find without knowing what their specific problem was. It'll have to be agreed officially with my manager. I don't think I can keep volunteering. There are several entries on the 1 Sysman 2 tab which require some further investigation. I've added some highlighting. Counter 1, the dates in May 06 and February 08. I don't know whether the counter was replaced or whether the message store was deleted. Power help and TFS calls may illuminate this. I don't know if the counter was used whilst these errors were occurring. It may have been. If they've complaints specific to these items, perhaps they should be checked out. There are some isolated timeouts waiting for lock messages. In general, these appear to be associated with checksums being written. To be on the safe side, it could be checked whether anyone was logged on certain dates and times by reference to those 2 counters. It's notable that the branch does not have the repeated lock messages, which were a feature of the calendar square problem over the page. As far as I know, that error message hasn't been investigated. but nobody's complained of a problem linked to it. I'll try to check it out. So if we then scroll up, please. And keep going. Gareth Jenkins says, Anne has looked at the events log. She's identified a number of things below to check out. Are you able to check out the specific time she's indicated, see if anyone was logged on? And secondly, against Andy Dunk's call logs, then up the page. Penny says to you, I requested the events to be checked to support your witness statement. I've had a chat with Gareth this morning. No transaction data has been requested. It's pointless going further. However, you might like to check Anne's comments against the calls in your witness statement. Did you do so?
I'd like to think I did. I wouldn't have just ignored that email.
You tell us in your witness statement, I'm not going to turn it up, paragraph 204 on page 61, I've no recollection of this email or what precisely I did in relation to it. Does that remain the case? You don't know whether you did anything as a result of...
No, I can't remember what I did.
Can you remember whether you did anything?
Again, it's that long ago, I can't remember what I did. I'd like to think I didn't ignore that, so I would have done something, but I can't remember.
You say in your witness statement, I would have satisfied myself at the time that the system events did not affect the integrity of data. What did you do to satisfy yourself that the system events did not affect the integrity of data?
Just, again, based around what I learned from my investigations.
A bit more specific than that, Mr. Dunk?
I don't know. I can't remember what I did.
What could you have done in the light of the 3 suggestions that Anne Chambers was making to satisfy yourself that the system events did not affect the integrity of the data?
Well, the system events are the ones that are picked up by the SMC. So I would have looked at those calls. I'd like to think I did.
Did you understand what she was referring to, or what she would have been looking for in Power Help?
Sorry, where about? No, I can't remember what, as I said, I can't remember the details of this specific.
Did you have access to Power Help?
Yes, I did.
Do you understand what she would have been looking for in order to look in TFS call records?
Well, Power Help and TFS were different versions of the help desk calls.
You don't record in your witness statements that followed this that you did anything in particular in your subsequent witness statements in the Seema Misra case?
No, because I didn't know.
And why not?
Well, what investigations that took place, I didn't, because I was looking at the calls as a whole.
But here you had somebody from SSC, who you've told us earlier that you relied on as a technical expert, suggesting that 3 things need to be done.
Yep.
So this isn't one of those conversations over the phone or where you went up to the 6th floor and we've got no record of it. This is one of those occasions where we have got a record of what the person in the SSC says needs to be done. And I'm asking, in your following witness statements, there is no record of you doing anything in response to Anne Chambers' suggestions. Why is that?
Well, I wouldn't have thought that it would have been, after I'd looked at these, if my opinion hadn't changed after looking at these, there wouldn't been any need to add that statement, as you're saying.
And is that the basis on which you operated consistently when working for Fujitsu? That if you investigate something, but in your own mind it doesn't alter your opinion, there's no need to record that you had conducted that investigation? whether in a witness statement or otherwise?
I don't think at any stage I was required or asked to put down what investigative work that I carried out. These were an overview of the calls, and then I was asked for my opinion based on that.
Can we look, please, at the call records? Poll 3061793. These are the call records that you exhibited. Can we look at page 22, please? And we should see an entry, if we scroll down, please. Thank you, and a bit further. Thank you. An entry of the 20th of February, can you see that?
Yes.
2006, Mrs. Misra, the postmaster, saying, under call problem, postmaster states that she's showing £6,000 down from balance. Yes?
Yes.
And then the call was closed within 2 minutes of it being opened. The call handler said it's an MBSC issue. Can you see that?
Yes.
So in your world, this is good evidence that this is nothing to do with the system. It's a business or user error.
At first, to be investigated, yes.
Well, where does it say it's to be investigated?
Well, it's passed the MBSC for them to look into and deal with that issue.
Is it passed to the MBSC? Or is the Mrs. Misra told this is an MBSC issue?
Advised MBS issue. Looking at that now, I don't know. I would assume it's been passed the MBSC. It's advised it's an MBSC issue. It's either passed to the MBSC or advised that for the user to speak to the MBSC.
But you reading this on its face without more, you'd say this is down to the postmaster and the way she operates her branch, nothing to do with the system.
At that point in time, yes.
How can you tell that?
But it has to be...
Record?
Sorry?
How can you tell that from that record? This is down to the postmaster, postmistress, and the way she operates her branch.
Well,
This doesn't indicate that there's anything wrong with the system. It was operating as intended.
It's a business or a user issue. That has to be investigated first by the MBSC, because it's it looks like it's a balancing issues for advice for them to sort out, look into, or offer advice and guidance.
Okay, over the page, please. And then scroll down to the second call, 10:45. Seema Misra again, 3 minutes later. Postmaster states that showing £6,000 down from balance. Advised N because issue. Postmaster stated she was talking to the MBSC and got cut off. And then under call closure, I advised postmaster, I would put her through. Postmaster was happy with this. And then scroll down. And over the page. 3:40 the same day, Seema Misra calling. Postmaster is stating that her system is showing different values for certain products. And then this one says postmaster transferred. Scroll down a little bit. Again, within 2 minutes. And then next call, please. Next day, postmaster states the last couple of weeks they've had problems with the Horizon kit. It's always showing they're down in money. Over the page. Call closed. Advised, she's been advised by the MBSC, advised postmaster to follow this reference. Offered, and scroll down. 23rd of February. Postmaster states she has losses every week in 2 stock units. Call closed. Advised that the MBSC take a second look as the stock units appear to be in a mess. Over the page. Keep going, please. And keep going, and keep going. Then Anne Chambers gets a hold of it. And just stop there. So a postmistress repeatedly calling in to the help desk, being directed to the MBSC. And on the basis of those call records, you say this is the system operating as intended. This is all routine. And this is down to the sub-postmistress, not the system. Correct?
If it's passed to the MBSC to be investigated, yes.
Can we look at page 26, please? And MBSC, this is the third entry, MBSC states that on the CC stock unit, postmaster has rolled over with a £1,500 loss. JSA stock unit, postmaster has rolled over with a £200 loss. MBSC states that on the 18th of February, postmaster declared her cash and she has a £900 loss up until Saturday. And then when the postmaster declared her overnight cash on Saturday at 1 p.m, went back to £200 loss. MBSC also states that her AA stock unit has a £6,000 loss. Postmaster has rolled this over as well. And then if we scroll down, please. And then scroll over that and keep going. Anne Chambers says she's checked very carefully and can see no indication that the continuing discrepancies are due to a system problem. And then over the page. And just stop there. The last 5 lines, she says this may be due this may be to do with how the discrepancies have been accounted for. I do not really understand this. I recommend that this call is passed back to MBSC Tier 2 for further investigation, since there's no evidence that the discrepancies are being caused by a system problem. If you want the above information in an email, let me know. So when you were providing a witness statement saying that all of the calls are of a routine nature and do not fall outside the normal working parameters of the system, were you relying on the accuracy and truth of what's written, for example, here?
I believe so. Well, not just the written word. I would have probably spoken to somebody about what was going on there, as I would do normally. But
who would you have spoken to?
I could quite easily have spoken to Anne herself. I don't recall.
I mean, all of this entry here, leading up to this point, if we go to your witness statement, please, at poll 00167135. Poll 00167135. This is your witness statement of the 29th of January 2010. Can we look, please, at page 8? And if we scroll down, please. And a little further. Thank you. That call that we've just looked at is number 29. You summarise that episode by saying Annette, NBSC, postmaster states she has losses every week in 2 stock units. Resolution, 3rd of March, call closed. Postmaster was getting discrepancies. SSC have investigated and advised that the NBSC take a second look at the as the office stock units appear to be in a mess. Outcome, SSC advice that call be passed back to NBSC for further investigation. So that entire call you've summarised in this way. How were you able to say that this call was of a routine nature and the contents of the call would not affect the working order of the counter?
Through my investigation, I mean, the call, I would have said routine nature. There were calls where postmasters had a discrepancy of some sort, and they were investigated routinely, as they would be, and resolved. So these are routine calls.
Was everything that happened in the decades of you working for Fujitsu routine? Nothing ever happened out of the routine?
I don't know, but I'm basing this witness statement on my knowledge at the time that I'd seen numbers of these type of calls and they're dealt with routinely.
But what was the outcome? What happened? What was the outcome?
The NBSC investigated, so I have to believe that the NBSC had resolved the issue.
How did you believe that the NBSC had resolved the issue?
Because the call didn't come back to Fujitsu for further investigation.
What about if the NBSC were telling the postmasters, we've taken it as far as we can go, it's now your job to pay up. You owe that £6,000. It says so in your contract.
I know nothing about that.
No. Thank you very much, Mr. Dunks. You've been very helpful indeed. So those are the only questions that I ask. There are some questions from call participants. I wonder whether we might have a 10-minute break so that they can organise themselves.
Yeah, by all means. So what time shall we resume?
25 past, I think, sir.
Okay, fine.
can hear us?
Yes, I can, thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. There are two sets of questions from call participants, about 15 to 20 minutes from Miss Page and about 5 minutes or so from Mr. Steen, in that
All right.
order.
Fine.
Mr. Dunks, I ask questions on behalf of some of the sub-postmasters in this inquiry, including both Mr. Castleton and Mrs. Misra. Mr. Dunks, you were very loyal to Fujitsu, weren't you?
Loyal?
You'd
In
been with
what-
you'd been with the businessman and boy, yes?
And for, almost 30 years now, yes.
And you would do or say pretty much anything to protect the Fujitsu name, is that right?
No, that's not true.
Let's have a look at FUJ 2015-4750. This is an email chain that the inquiry has seen before between you and your boss, Peter Sewell. And it was before you were due to give evidence against Lee Castleton. If we scroll down to Mr. Sewell's email, thank you. See you in court then. Fetter Lane is where they used to hang people out to dry. I don't suppose that type of thing happens anymore, though. That Castleton is a nasty chap and will be out to rubbish the FJ name. It's up to you to maintain absolute strength and integrity, no matter what the prosecution throw at you. We will all be behind you, hoping you come through unscathed. Bless you. You were going to be loyal to Fujitsu, weren't you, no matter what?
That's not what that says, no.
That's the culture, that's the mindset, isn't it, Mr. Dunks?
No, I read that as he's trying to give me support and confidence to go in, because I think that was the first time I was being called to court as a witness.
The way that he chose to give you confidence was by describing the person whose trial it was as a nasty chap. Do you see that?
I do, yes.
And he was going to be out to rubbish the Fujitsu name. And it was up to you to stop that, wasn't it, Mr. Dunks?
No, it was up to me to be strong and deal with that with integrity.
Let's look at your reply. If we go up, please. Thank you for those very kind and encouraging words. I had to pause halfway through reading it to wipe away a small tear. Bless you all, Andy. What did that mean, Mr. Dunks?
I got on very well with Pete at the time, Mr. Sewell. He was trying to put me at ease, so I'm just saying thank you for that. I believe in their support.
Are you honestly trying to suggest that that was a genuine reply rather than an obviously sarcastic response?
Sorry, say that again.
Well, are you suggesting that you really did have to pause halfway through reading that email to wipe away a small tear? Is that what you're saying, Mr. Dunks?
No.
No. It was sarcasm, wasn't it, Mr. Dunks?
It was between myself and Pete. Say sarcasm, possibly, but that was, there's no real bad intention about that. It was just the type of relationship Pete and I had at the time.
The sort of relationship where you and your manager in litigation support joke about the fact that you're going to give evidence against a man whose future was on the line.
No, we weren't joking. No. I don't see that as that. And I don't see that we were joking about what we were doing. And as you said, some a person's reputation and that were online. It's not something to joke about. I don't read it as that. I can't remember how...
Banter, isn't it, Mr. Dunks?
It could have been.
Where
Yes.
they used to hang people out to dry. Oh, I don't suppose they do that sort of thing anymore. Oh, I had to wipe away a small tear. Banter, wasn't it?
Yeah, it possibly was, yes. It was trying to put me at ease because I knew what it was the first time.
And this was copied in to Penny Thomas and Nena Lowther.
Yes.
This was a team email. Is that fair?
Yes.
This was the culture you all worked in, wasn't it? Deeply, deeply partisan. You were all there to make sure that the nasty postmasters did not rubbish the Fujitsu name. That's what your team was doing, wasn't it?
No.
As
That's-
led by the man you got along with very well, Mr. Sewell.
No, that wasn't the culture at all. I don't know why he used those words down the bottom. I've got no idea. But it was more, as I said, trying to put me at ease, to try and relax and tell me that they got my support and my backing.
Thank you. Let's turn to Mrs. Misra and an email that you were looking at with Mr. Beer earlier on, but which I'd like to ask some different questions on. FUJ 00152990, please. And this is the set of emails which were forwarded to you. They were originally between Anne Chambers and Gareth Jenkins. And they were forwarded to you, as we can see at the top there, by Penny Thomas. Now, if we just look at this top right-hand corner of the page, we see page 1 of 4. And as we scroll down, before we scroll down, we can see there that it's got Penny Thomas above the fact that it's from her. Do you see? You see that there we are, highlighted. It's got that line and Penny Thomas above it, and then page 1 of 4. As we look through the email, so if we scroll down to the top of page 2, we see page 2 of 4, and then it continues, page 3 of 4 and page 4 of 4. Now, would you agree that that suggests that Penny Thomas printed off that email chain? That's often the format we see, isn't it, when people print off an email and it comes out with their name at the top?
To be honest with you, I don't know. If that's the format, I'll take your word for it. I'm not 100% sure on that.
All right. Well, the final page that is part of this document is a short statement from you. And if we can go to that, please, page 5. So there we had page 4 of 4. That's the email chain. And then we have this witness statement from you. And it's really just that. It's that one-liner. And it's dated and apparently signed. The signature has got the marker over it saying GRO, which means that it has been signed, but it doesn't show. And the statement really simply says, further to my statement dated the 29th of January 2010, I can confirm that all the calls mentioned from West Byfleet Post Office to the Horizon System Help Desk are of a routine nature. And that's all there is to it. We can scroll down if you'd like to be sure of that. So it looks rather like, doesn't it, that Miss Thomas has printed out the email chain alongside your witness statement claiming that all the calls were of a routine nature. Do you see that? Do you accept that?
Yeah, it hasn't got a name on the top of this one, so is that part of the printed?
No, it seems to be separate because the printed email seems to be pages 1 to 4 of this whole 5-page bundle of documents. So it looks as if we've got a 4-page email chain printed out, and then alongside that, your 1-page witness statement. Do you see that? Does that make sense?
No, it doesn't, because if you've got pages 1 to 4, that hasn't got a number on that witness statement.
No, that's right. So what I'm suggesting is, it looks as if the 4-page email chain has been printed out
Yes.
and filed with the 1-page statement from you. Or rather, at least they've been put together and then scanned and provided to the inquiry in that way. Yeah?
Okay, yes.
So your statement sits alongside the four pages of email chain.
Okay.
And on the one hand, your statement is saying that all the calls are of a routine nature, but the heart of the email chain is the Anne Chambers email, in which, by contrast, she makes it absolutely clear that the calls required some technical investigation and some cross-checking to find out what lay behind them and whether they were indeed, quotes, routine. Do you accept that?
What, can you go
We
up
can
to that?
go up to the, it was read out to you earlier, we can go up to the email from Anne Chambers.
Oh, yes, yes. I remember that, yeah.
Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
So she's basically saying that there needs to be a further investigation into these calls.
Yes.
Yeah? And that's been filed alongside your statement saying, no, they're all routine. Yeah? And you're nodding, so I'm
Yes,
taking that as a
sorry.
yes for the transcript.
Yeah.
Now, would you accept that when you were sent this email chain, it put a burden on you to check your witness statements and make sure that what you'd said in them was correct and not misleading?
Well, that would have been my process throughout.
And so when you received an email from Anne Chambers saying there's a whole number of technical things that need checking, you should have done that, shouldn't you, given that you had already signed a witness statement that claimed that these calls were all just routine?
Well, yes, yeah. I would have done the work, yes.
So you say now, do you, that you did all the work that was set out in Anne Chambers' witness email here?
I hope to think I did. I don't remember what that involved and what I did specifically.
Let's look at what she says needs to be done. She says, first of all, that the PowerHell stroke TFS calls may illuminate this. That's the middle of the page there. And then she says, I don't know if the counter was used while these errors were occurring. It may have been. If they have any complaints specific to these times, perhaps they should be checked out. Are you saying that you did that?
I'd like to think I did, yes.
At this time, there was no ARQ data. How would you have done it?
Well, what do you mean at this time? No, this time I hadn't supplied the data. I had the data to carry out and to be able to make that statement. So I had the data.
You had the call records, but you didn't have the ARQ data. It hadn't yet been produced. That's actually in the first email in this chain. We can go up to it if you like.
But this is referring to the help desk.
Yes, but how would you have known whether counters were being used while these errors were occurring without the ARQ data?
I don't know how I'd come to that conclusion, but it's asking me to have a look, and I'd like to think that I did.
And what I'm saying to you, Mr. Dunks, is that you didn't yet have the information you needed to have a look. And yet you had produced a witness statement in which you said that all the calls were routine. And you did nothing to change that, did you?
Because of what I'd done to investigate it. There wouldn't have been anything... If I believed that there was no more information that's needed, and my witness statement was accurate to what I believed at the time, there wouldn't have been needed any further changes.
Let's go down to the bottom of the email. Error message. Error in node retrieval for nodes 1010. As far as I know, this hasn't been investigated. But on the other hand, no one has complained of a problem linked to it. I'll try to check it out. What did you do about that?
I can't remember what I did on that. I mean, that reads that Anne was going to try and check it out. I may have spoken to Anne, she may have spoken to me. I can't remember what took place.
Well, let's go up to the top of the email chain and remind ourselves of what took place. As requested, the events to be checked to support your witness statement. I requested the events to be checked to support your witness statement. I've had a chat with Gareth this morning, and as no transaction data has been requested, it's pointless going further with this exercise. You may like to check Anne's comments against the calls in your witness statement. So all you had, Mr. Dunks, was the call records, and you had nothing else. You could not check out what Mrs. Chambers was saying needed to be checked out, could you? And yet you had provided a witness statement which claimed that all calls were routine.
I can't remember how I came to that conclusion, but I would have been happy at the time. I don't know how I came to that conclusion. The calls may be in the information of the calls, and when the calls were logged, I can't remember what I would have done, but I would have done something.
At the very least, your statement that had already been signed required a qualification, did it not? Saying there are some further matters which need to be investigated when the ARQ data has been requested and supplied.
Clarification that I still believe that statement was true, yes.
And you did nothing, Mr. Dunks?
What do you mean? I didn't...
Well, we do not see, do we, a further witness statement in which you qualify or say anything at all about the statement that we've just had a look at, in which you claimed that all the calls were routine.
If the statement didn't need updating, because that statement was, in my opinion, still true, there was no update needed.
How was it still true, Mr. Dunks, when Mrs. Chambers had just set out all the ways in which the calls needed to be investigated to find out whether they were routine?
Yeah.
How could it still be true when those investigations had not been carried out and could not be carried out?
Well, I'm sorry, but I would have done checks. I don't know how or what the process I did.
No.
So
All right.
if nothing needed changing, and that didn't affect my opinion on the calls, I wasn't going to change the statement.
No, indeed. You told us that there was no relationship between the fact that the SSC were protected from giving evidence by Mick Peach and the fact that you routinely provided witness statements based on what they told you without revealing that they had told you what you were saying. You said there was no relationship between those two things earlier on, didn't you?
I did. Yeah. I
On the one hand, Mick Peach is over here protecting his team, saying they're not to give any witness statements. And on the other hand, there's you providing witness statements which say things that the SSC have told you without revealing that the SSC have told you that. Remember, you told us there was no relationship between those two things.
Yes.
We can see the relationship in action here, can't we, Mr. Dunks? Let's go back to Mrs. Chambers' email. And that first paragraph. Gareth, sending just to you initially. I know you have even more on your plate than I do, but my involvement has always been unofficial and on the basis that I had time to do it. And then at the end, without knowing what their specific, at the very end, she says, if I am to do anything, it will have to be officially agreed with my manager. You can instigate that if you like, but I don't think I can keep volunteering. That was apparently accepted by you and your team member, Penny Thomas. You didn't press her, did you, to give an official witness statement? You didn't press her. You allowed her to just keep volunteering in this unofficial way, didn't you?
Well, volunteering Yes, the same as I would speak to anybody within the SSC or anybody who's supplying me with information for me to do my role.
In effect, you were covering for Mrs. Chambers, weren't you?
Sorry, no. Covering for her? Covering for what?
Covering for the fact that she did not want to give evidence, she did not want to stand up and defend Horizon in court, but you were perfectly happy to.
I wouldn't say that was covering. I was happy with the role that I was tasked to and asked to do.
And neither you nor Miss Thomas thought to say to him, Mr. Peach, that is, actually, you know what, Mrs. Chambers would be better placed to look into these technical matters that she says need to be investigated. Mrs. Chambers ought to look into them and she ought to provide a witness statement. You didn't say that, did you?
No, I didn't, no.
You were covering for SSC because they were not prepared to stand up and defend Horizon in court, weren't you?
No, that's not how it worked. I'm sorry, it wasn't.
Just some further questions on a different topic, Mr. Dunks. You remember in the Bates litigation, when the boilerplate wording in your statement was put to you, you originally claimed that you were not following the Fujitsu, quotes, party line. Do you remember that,
yes,
that questioning? Later, you did admit, of course, that there was a template that you all used with the boilerplates in it. And that was something that you only admitted when the statement from Mr. Jenkins, which was identical to yours, was put to you. Yes? Do you remember that?
What's the word? Do you say boilerplate? Sorry.
Yes, that's a word that's often used when speaking of legal wording that's been put in to cover off all eventualities. Standard wording, if you like.
Oh, is it? I've never heard it before.
Well, it was put to you in the Bates litigation, but never mind, we don't need to worry about that. You finally admitted that there was a Fujitsu party line, didn't you?
I finally admit, yes, I've gone over that, and I misinterpreted what he meant by a party line. I had an understanding what I thought he meant by a party line.
Yes. Well, now, of course, you are clinging to the fact that there was a party line, because what you're really saying is it's not my fault that the party line was misleading. It's not my fault I took the party line. I was just following orders. That's what I was told to put in witness statements, and that's what I did, yes?
That's my understanding when I first answered that question, when I said no, because that wasn't the case.
I see. So you're now saying, are you, that your process-driven witness statements, which were misleading, were entirely your own work?
No, what I was saying was, when he first asked me the question, I was following a party line, I understood that to be that what you just said, that we were all told to stick by a story and follow the party line and don't waver from it, and we've been told what to say. That's what I, in my understanding at the time, was answering, and the answer was no. Later on in the questioning, he mentioned or stated that following the party line was the use of templates. So I agreed, well, if that was his understanding, yes, I agree with him. We did use templates. So I wasn't trying to cover or hide anything. I just was answering the question how I understood it.
Well, you haven't been prepared to reveal who drafted those templates, who was in charge of what was used from those templates, how it came about that you used this bit or that bit, and so did Mr. Jenkins.
Sorry, I don't understand that.
Well, you haven't revealed anything to do with how those templates were actually used and who was in charge of them, have you?
How they were used? They were used by, what do you mean how they were used? They were used by us.
Who drafted them?
Someone within Fujitsu.
Someone. Well, let's look at some of the standard paragraphs and just identify this. When Mr. Jenkins was recently asked about the standard paragraphs from the templates, and Mr. Beer asked him, about this paragraph, which you will no doubt recognise. There is no reason to believe that the information in this statement is inaccurate because of the improper use of the computer. To the best of my knowledge and belief at all material times, the computer was operating properly, or if not, any respect in which it was not operating properly or was out of operation was not such as to affect the information held on it. Now, you know that wording, don't you? You use it yourself or have used it many times.
Yes.
But you've also used that exact same wording, replacing the words the computer with the system. That also is something you have said in many, many witness statements.
Okay.
What was the difference between the computer and the system?
I'm not sure what the difference was. It's still trying to convey the same opinion.
What is that opinion then, Mr. Dunks?
What the statement says. I don't remember why those two words were changed.
Who instigated that change?
Pardon?
Who instigated that change?
I have no recollection of who instigated that change. I can't remember.
Well, did you?
I'm so sorry.
I said, did you, Mr. Dunks? In other words, did you quite deliberately, on some occasions, use the word the computer, and on other words, and on other times, the system? Or was there a different template which you use from time to time?
No, I don't believe there was a different template. I don't remember why.
If there wasn't a different template, you personally must have decided to substitute the system for the computer on occasions. So I think what Ms. Page wants to know is why you did that.
That may have been on the request of someone within the post office or one of their lawyers. I don't. Every time there was a change within a witness statement, it was spoken about and discussed, and then agreed on the wording. So there were many changes. The witness statement evolved through the years and changes. How that was changed and the process, and when things were changed and things taken out, I can't remember that process and who instigated what changes.
So you have no recollection of any kind as to any conversation between you and anyone which resulted in the phrase the computer being changed to the phrase the system. Is that your error?
No. I mean, even now, I would regard that meaning the same, trying to convey the same thing. I don't know why those two words were changed.
So there's your answer, Ms. Page. The computer and the system are the same thing.
Well, I wonder if I might just ask a little more on that, just by putting to you what Mr. Jenkins said he thought the computer meant. He said that he thought the computer meant the computer that he was typing his witness statement on. That his desktop computer that he was typing it on was working properly. Does that make any sense to you, Mr. Dunks?
I don't know how or why, how he came to that conclusion. I don't know. No.
Do you know how or why it was that he came to have that wording at all?
In what? Sorry, in what?
How would he have come to have the template wording that your team used?
Because, well, actually, I'm not sure I ever saw any of Gareth's witness statements. I'm assuming that they would being used the same sort of templates to start off with, the witness statement templates.
Was this dealt with at a level above you, Mr. Dunks? Was someone in charge of the template and how it was used?
If you're saying if someone had more authority to me and about those things, yeah, I believe so. Yes.
Who? Is your loyalty getting in the way here, Mr. Dunks?
My loyalty.
Is that why you're being so cagey about who was in charge of the standard wording in the witness statements?
No, because I don't know who wrote the witness statement. I don't know who drafted the original witness statement.
And you don't know who changed the wording from one thing to another?
Well, that would have been, I mean, someone like through discussions within the post office. I mean, I know that the wording at times of the ARQ witness statements were changed and that would have been, I would have been I would have been informed by someone like Penny, because she managed the litigation. So we were told that if there were any changes, we were then been told to use the new format.
Who chose the templates for you, Mr. Dunks?
Who chose the templates? We were told which templates to use.
By who?
Management or management. Either our line manager or the litigation support manager.
Going back to your loyalty, Mr. Dunks, was it your loyalty that led you not to reveal the existence or the content of the known error logs in your witness statements?
No, not at all. No, because every witness statement that I supplied, I was aware that if needed, and which we did on many occasions, supplied all the call data to be seen, and so they could see within, if they investigated or looked at it, anybody who looked at that would see that there were KELs, and they would have been able to request or that information as well. At no time was I hiding anything because I knew that information was available.
Did anyone ever tell you not to refer to the KELs? Did anyone ever tell you that it would be better not to make sure anyone knew what KEL stood for?
Not at all. I was never told. I honestly believe that I was never told, don't put this in, you mustn't say that. And that's going back to you, people implying that we were following a party line. I was never under pressure to put in something that I didn't want to put in.
Thank you, sir. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Ms. Page. Mr. Steen?
Mr. Dunks, I've got two areas to ask you questions about. I asked questions on behalf of a firm called Howe & Co, who've instructed me on behalf of a large number of sub-postmasters. One of our clients, with an eye for detail, wants to see if you can help regarding the development of Horizon Online and its operating system, okay? So this goes back to around, 2010. And the evidence that the inquiry has is that whilst that was under development, that the new operating system, the new Horizon Online system was using Microsoft NT4 operating system. And the reason why was that it was regarded as being too expensive to upgrade to a more current technology. So our question is this: can you help us with when Horizon Online was updated to a newer version of an operating system?
No, I can't. I can't remember the dates when we moved from one to another. No, I don't. I can't recall.
Was it ever updated?
Well, Horizon was updated to Horizon Online. Yes.
Yes, but the operating system, being Microsoft NT4, did it move on from that point?
Oh, right. Do you know, I can't remember. I can't remember. I believe it was changed when the new counters were run out for H and GX, I think. But I can't be certain. I wasn't involved in the rollouts or updates and things like that.
All right. If you're right about it being changed around the time of the new counters, roughly when would that be? So if we refer back to the 2010 into the new Horizon Online system.
Sorry, the dates of all the updates, I don't recall, sorry.
Okay. Now, the second point is this. We know that the Post Office is hoping to move on from the Horizon system by April of 2025, and moving on from, therefore, and away from the Horizon system. We're told by press releases from the Post Office that the new system is going to be called New Branch IT. Now, you still work for Fujitsu. You work within the Customer Service Post Office Account Security team. Can you help us with how that's going? Is the suggestion to move on from Horizon system and finish, therefore, the contractual relationship with Fujitsu going to make it by April of 25?
I'm sorry, you're asking the wrong person. I have no idea of that level of information.
None at all. You've not been given any updates to say that the Post Office account is going to finish at any time this year, or it's coming to an end, and that there may therefore be a change in your workplace?
I don't recall that I've seen that, because all that I know is sorry, the dates for the end of the contract have moved. Moved from the original date, and it's been pushed back.
It keeps on moving, and more money keeps on being paid. We're just trying to work out when the Horizon system's coming to an end.
As I said, you're asking the wrong person. I can't answer that. I've got no idea.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Dunks.
That it, Mr. Beer?
Yes, it is. Thank you, sir.
Well, thank you, Mr. Dunks, for making a second witness statement and for giving evidence during the course of the day. I'm grateful to you for doing that. So I understand, Mr. Beer, that we're going to start a little later tomorrow at 10:05 with Mr. McCall. Is that correct?
That's right, sir, to allow the fire alarm to occur in particular.
Yeah, fine. All right then, 10:05 tomorrow.
Thank you, sir.